of an emergency, there are exits. So if you walk past the glass doors and hang left at the pillar there, and walk down the stairs, that'd be great. If that exit's obstructed for whatever reason, there are 4 exits on the sides here. In that event, please await further instructions. Walk, don't run. And if you have any mobility challenges, please stay in place and we'll get to you. There's also a defibrillator located at the end of the hallway. So if you feel you need it, or if you see someone that you think needs it, please let us know and we will make sure we take care of you as well. Now, council is committed to ensuring that everyone participating in council meetings or public hearings is treated fairly and with respect, and creating a safe and inclusive environment for the public, our team members and council, is a shared responsibility. As chair, I will manage this hearing to maintain a respectful space. We ask attendees to refrain from applause or other interruptions to promote an open and safe space. Yeah, so just on that, I know with public hearings, people have a lot of feelings either for or against these proceedings, and we respect that. We just want to make sure that everyone else here feels safe as well, and so that's why we highlight that. Recognizing that many speakers are signed up this evening, we will move directly to the agenda. So, Clerk, can we please get a roll call?
Yes, Mayor Sim is in the chair. Councillor Carr.
Present.
Councillor Kirby-Young has a leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Dominato, same leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Bly also has a leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Boyle has a leave of absence for personal reasons. And Councillor Fry, a leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Montague.
Present.
Councillor Clausen. Councillor Meisner. Councillor Jo.
Present.
The meeting has quorum, Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you very much. Now, at the public hearing on November the 12th, 2024, Council completed items 1 through 3, heard the team member presentation, asked questions of our team members, heard from public speakers, and closed the speakers list and receipt of public comments for item 4. Council subsequently recessed and will now continue with item 4, CD-1 rezoning 523 to 549 East 10th Avenue, with hearing closing comments, further questions to team members, and move to debate and decision. Once that is concluded, we will continue with the remainder of the agenda as identified as items number 5, 6, and 7. So, number 4, CD-1 rezoning 523 to 549 East 10th Avenue. Does the applicant have any closing comments?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. No closing comments. Just would like to thank all the speakers from Tuesday for their comments, and Council and Mayor for your consideration. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Do our team members have any closing comments?
Hi, thank you. No, we don't have any closing comments.
Thank you very much. Does council have any questions for our team members? Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So I just want to ask a couple of questions based on the comments from the speakers 2 days ago. I think one of the a couple of speakers was saying that the other applicant were penalized by following the process. Can you explain to the public and to the council what is the process looks like, and what is the letter of inquiry a mandatory for the application?
Thank you for the question. Casey Peters, Assistant Director of the Rezoning Center. The letter of inquiry is not a required step in our process. We often recommend it, but it's not required. When we began receiving the applications for the Broadway plan, we made a determination that it would be the submission of a complete application that would be the milestone that we would use as a determinant for the tower limits for blocks where that applies. In this instance, the application in front of you tonight chose not to proceed with an inquiry and elected to go straight to an application.
Okay, thank you. So based on what you said, you don't think it's a penalized for the other applicant by following the process?
I would not say that it was a penalty. It was a choice that each applicant made on their individual projects.
Okay, thank you. One more question. So I think we also heard from the speakers saying that if this site is moved back 40 feet to leave the setback as 40 feet, so what would be the potential impact on the childcare in this application if we really move 40 feet?
I may pass that along to Michelle.
Hi, Michelle, Development Planner. With respect to your question, yes, if we were to move the tower over, it would negatively, perhaps even jeopardize the childcare, the private childcare on the site. Hence why it's located, hence why the tower is located where it is.
Okay, so that would eliminate all 25 childcare space, or what is the impact?
The impact is to the outdoor children's play area, and that needs solar access in order to be licensed. And so if we were to impose upon that space, it would jeopardize the licensing.
Okay, so it will not be compliant with our current childcare.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. Thanks, Mayor.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Joe. Okay, seeing no one else in the queue, I'd like to remind council that we will need to move the recommendation for item 4 together with the yellow memorandum dated November the 6th, 2024, entitled CD-1 rezoning 523 to 549 East 10th Avenue, application to amend the noise control bylaw for the new CD1. So council will now make its decision on this application. Do we have a mover for the recommendation? Great, thank you, Councillor Meisner. Seconded by Councillor Joe. Great, is there any debate? Great, seeing none, can we, Councillor Montague?
Yeah, thanks, Mark. I'll be super quick. I just wanted to say that a lot of speakers came out the other night, but just to remind everyone that these are quasi-judicial hearings. This is where council has to put on their land regulator hats and make decisions that are based on certain criteria and what is in the best interest of the city, not necessarily on emotion. We have to judge the merit of the project. Does it align with city policies? The fact that the city's been in a 40-year drought on purpose-built rental, density around transit, all these sorts of things. The fact that the city has a less than 1% vacancy rate. So I just wanted to remind all the speakers and let them know that there's a lot of things that go into the decision of council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Montague. Okay, seeing no other comments, can we please go to the voting panel? All right, and that passes unanimously. So the next item on the docket is number 5, CD-1 rezoning 701 Kingsway. Now, does any member of council wish to declare a conflict of interest on item number 5? Councillor Joe, are you declaring a conflict?
No, I'm not.
Oh, sorry. Okay, great. Thank you. Here, I'll just great. Thanks, everyone. Okay. So seeing no conflicts declared, the clerk will now read the application and summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by Qualix Landmark Living Inc. to rezone 701 Kingsway from C2 Commercial District to CD1 Comprehensive Development District. This is to permit the development of a 24-story mixed-use building containing 201 rental units and commercial space on the ground floor and on level 2. A floor space ratio of 8.5 is recommended. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing: 80 pieces of correspondence in support, 32 pieces of correspondence in opposition, and 4 pieces of correspondence dealing with other aspects. And that represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Great, thank you very much. Now, this is the first call for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445#. Before the close of the speakers list, the phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be added to the end of the registered speakers list. This item has speakers registered, so we will proceed with the team member presentation. And we do have our team members from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to present the application.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Brian Wong, and I'm the rezoning planner for this application for the Broadway plan. The site outlined in red is located on the northeast corner of Kingsway and Fraser Street. It is currently developed with a one-story commercial building with no existing residential tenants on site. The site is well served by transit and amenities, with the future Mount Pleasant subway station 1.2 kilometers to the northwest, bus service along Kingsway and Fraser Street, and nearby bikeways and parks. This proposal is being considered under the Broadway plan. Redevelopment anticipates a mixed-use building up to 25 stories and 8.5 FSR for a development containing rental and below-market units at this location. The application was submitted in January of 2024 for a 24-story mixed-use development, a density of 8.5 FSR, and a maximum building height of 278 feet. 201 rental units are proposed with 20% of the residential floor area at below-market rents. Commercial uses on the first two levels, a privately owned public space, and parking and loading from the lane. Shown here in green dashes is the outline of the publicly owned public space. Privately owned public space with street-level perspectives. The privately owned public space serves as a retail courtyard, providing a transition between the tower and retail pavilion and a visual connection to Macaulay Park across the street. This table is a comparison between the below-market rental, market rental, and homeownership costs based on unit types. Shown in red dashes, this application is providing below-market rents that are 10% below CMHC citywide average rents, and market rents in this area of the city are considerably more affordable than homeownership costs. 410 submissions were received during the public engagement period. Support was for increased rental and affordable housing stock, appropriate density, revitalization of the neighborhood, the inclusion of commercial spaces, and a location near transit. Concerns were related to height being too tall for the area and not aligned with neighborhood character, shadowing of adjacent buildings and parks, displacement of existing commercial tenants, and a lack of existing amenities and infrastructure. In response, the proposal meets the plan's expectations for 24 stories and 8.5 FSR. The two-story pavilion harmonizes with the neighboring commercial village and is a placemaking element to mark this unique node in the neighborhood. Conditions of approval have been included to minimize shadowing impacts onto Robson Park, such as reducing floor-to-floor ceiling heights. For traffic and parking, improvements are sought that will address safety for all road users. This includes intersection upgrades with accessible pedestrian signals, curb upgrades, and parking signage. Lastly, the applicant has shared resource guides to assist commercial tenants with relocation planning. The expected DCL contribution is approximately $2.4 million, with a public art contribution generating a total public benefit of $2.6 million. This proposal meets the Broadway plan, and staff support this application subject to conditions. Staff and the applicant team are available to answer questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Now, would the applicant team like to present the application if in attendance?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name's Henry McQueen. Work with Qualix Landmark, the applicant. We're a local developer, been building in Vancouver for many years and hope to for many more. We are joined here with members of our team as well as our design team. We have transportation, Peter Joyce with Bunt, Chris Phillips with PFS, and Bruce Ramsey with Ramsey Warden Architects. I just want to say we're very, very appreciative of city staff's work on this with us over the last couple of years at least. Brian Wong has been an outstanding planner, and the team's been very responsive and helped us make the project better over that time. We're also appreciative of all the feedback we received from the public on this, neighbors, community organizations, and local businesses as well. We know that change is hard, and this is an important corner for the neighborhood. It's something when we bought the site, we wanted to really do a great job with this. We know it's one of the first Broadway plan projects in this area, and we hope our application shows you that tonight. Three things I just wanted to leave you with on the application. In creating a great new space for this neighborhood, we have the privately owned public space. It'll be a gathering space for the neighborhood, one that doesn't exist there today. New streetscapes. We'll have new local serving retail. The retail is what makes the site really special today. It's what we want to be a focus for the site for many, many years to come. So this will breathe some new life into the retail in that space. We're going to own the space and operate it. So we'll have a big hand in sort of that tenant casting in the long run. So we want to really hold true to that. 201 new rental homes, 20% below market. That's obviously a great benefit to the project as well, and one we're able to accommodate on the site. So new public space and housing that didn't exist before, revitalized retail space. That's what we kind of want to leave you with as sort of the main pieces for your consideration tonight. And if there's any questions, we're of course here to answer them. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any questions from council to team members or the applicant team, noting that this is the only opportunity for council to ask questions of the applicant? Councillor Klassen, you're up.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I actually have a question for the applicant. So, Henry, I think you might want to make your way back to the podium. I have really two questions. One is around the current commercial tenants that are on the site. Sally Lemon and others are very popular in the community. And I just want to know how your discussions have been going with regard to getting them ready for the changes coming there.
Yeah, we started those conversations right away. We knew right away that was a big consideration for the site. So they all have unique needs for their businesses over time. So Notice is the first one. We started talking to them a couple of years ago about this. We've been very flexible with our lease terms, trying to be generous in that respect if they're trying to find new space in the area now. Some people may have other franchises or other businesses they wish to operate and go dark, and some have expressed an interest in coming back. We can't force that or promise anything like that just because of that construction period and lease when you typically would enter into lease negotiations, but certainly lots of planning and care for them.
Okay, thanks very much. And just with regards to parking, there's 61 vehicle spaces. We got a bunch of several hundred bike spaces. Getting into that site, how do you intend, given the sort of the tight space around there? I think the entrance would be off of 15th Avenue. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's actually off the laneway. So there's a widening and a dedication and setbacks in that laneway area, as well as a parking elevator for the cars in the ground level, and then drop off Class A at ground level and two Class B loading stations as well.
Okay. Do we know of any other, how many other kind of parking elevators that are kind of in existence for buildings this size currently? Putting you on the spot on that.
Yeah, I'll defer to our transportation consultant.
Either.
Peter, want to try that one?
Thanks, Henry. Through you, your worship, our firm has been involved with some projects in the city that are going the way with car elevators. Yes, they're not as common as the conventional ramp, but they are becoming more common, particularly for sites that have physical constraints as this one does. So we're confident that this is a viable solution for this project.
Okay. Yeah, and it certainly would affect the footprint. Thanks very much. Those are my questions, Mayor.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay. Seeing no one else in the queue, this is the second call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445 before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. Any speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium before the close of the speakers list. Now, speakers will have 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. So we will now hear from the public. The first speaker we have is Lisa Rupert.
Good evening, Mayor Sim and members of council. I'm Lisa Rupert. I'm a longtime resident of East Vancouver, and I'm speaking tonight in support of the rezoning proposal for 701 Kingsway, and on behalf of the YWCA Metro Vancouver, where I'm Vice President of Housing and Violence Prevention. Vancouver, as I'm sure everyone knows, has experienced a lot of growth and change, and I'm really encouraged by the direction that council is taking in planning for the evolving needs of our city. I think this project has a role to play in those needs. The location of this proposed development is particularly well suited for housing. Kingsway and Fraser's on transit routes, walking distance to grocery stores, schools, our own YWCA childcare at Emma's, and Robson Park and Mount St. Joseph's Hospital. This makes it ideal for a wide range of people who live or work in Vancouver and who rely on the kinds of amenities and support systems this community offers. We urgently need more of every type of rental housing, as over 30% of Canadians are now renters, and because having more rental units helps address Vancouver's really low vacancy rates, which drive up demand and contribute to us having the highest rents in Canada. This project would add 201 purpose-built rental homes without displacing any existing renters. The market units would attract individuals and families who are looking for new, modern living spaces, and that in turn will help free up older, less expensive rental units for others who need them. And with about 41 of the units renting at below market rates, it makes space for people to move along the housing continuum. We've experience of how new below-market units like this can make a difference. In September of this year, the YWCA opened 56 new units of low-end-of-market housing, and some tenants from our long-term, deeply subsidized housing were able to move into the low-end-of-market housing, freeing up the deeply subsidized units for families on our rent geared to income housing waitlist, which currently sits at over 1,400 applicants. Finally, the YWCA has worked with Qualix Landmark on 2 projects in Burnaby, and I can speak to the thought and care that they put into their projects to ensure that they meet the needs of the future tenants and in considering what they can bring to the neighborhood. They particularly heard our needs around amenity spaces that bring people together in the buildings in Burnaby. I really appreciate that Qualix Landmark has included a significant number of 3-bedroom units at 701 Kingsway, because this is a real need we're seeing in Vancouver. And I also think that the courtyard that's planned as public space is the kind of design that welcomes people in and contributes to a vibrant neighborhood. I respectfully encourage council to vote yes, and thank you for your time.
Great, thank you very much. The second speaker we have is Sebastian Jutras. I hope I pronounced your name correctly.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and Council. As mentioned, my name is Sebastian Jutras, and I really appreciate the opportunity to share my comments this evening. As the owner of Sour Limon Mexican Cuisine, currently located at 701 Kingsway, I want to express my full support for Qualix rezoning proposal. This project represents not just a transformative development for the area, but also a beacon of future growth and community engagement. Our establishment has been a proud member of this community, serving locals and visitors alike with great pride. The proposal by Qualix opens up new avenues for us to not only continue this tradition, but to enhance it within a modern, innovative framework that aligns with our vision for growth and community service. Qualix has been exceptionally forthcoming in ensuring that the concerns and aspirations of impacted businesses like ours are addressed. Their commitment to integrating existing businesses into the new development is a testament to their dedication to the community values and sustainable development. I believe this project will serve as a catalyst for positive change, bringing much-needed revitalization and opportunities to the area. It promises to enhance the local landscape, offer new employment opportunities, and support local businesses in a way that respects the community's heritage and future potential. Therefore, I urge Council to consider the rezoning proposal favorably. Our collaboration with Qualix exemplifies how developers and local businesses can work together towards a shared vision that benefits all stakeholders, including the wider community. Thank you for considering any support for this project, and I'm looking forward to contributing to and being a part of this exciting development.
Great. Thank you very much. The third speaker we have is Marcus Weber.
Hi, thanks so much for having me speak here. My name is Marcus Weber. I work in the neighborhood here, and I'd like to register my support for this project. I got a copy of the public hearing notice, and I've been waiting for this for a while. This is the kind of housing that I would be interested in living in. I work so close to it that it would be really convenient. I prefer to use transit and biking and walking when I can. So having this so close to the new subway, I think, is fantastic. I just mentioned that there are new amenities going in this neighborhood. There's a new coffee shop right at Kingsway and Prince Albert going in. There's 2 new storefronts right across on the corner of Kingsway and Fraser. And there's obviously the bus routes that are nearby. I think we all know that housing is extremely scarce in this city, especially rental housing, purpose-built rental housing. So having this in the neighborhood is fantastic. And I don't think, from some of the concerns that I heard earlier, I don't think that this building is completely out of character for the neighborhood. There are already, 2, 3, 4, 5-story low-rise apartments here, so I don't think this building is really too far out of character. I don't really think it's going to cause too much blocking of sunlight just from being in the neighborhood. I don't think that's too much of a concern. And I noticed that in the neighborhood, while there's a lack of housing, especially rental housing, there's not a lack of storefronts. A lot of storefronts are boarded up because the buildings are quite old. So I think having a new building going in, a brand new building that is offering retail storefronts is fantastic for the neighborhood. And as well, just as a broader comment, I would urge council to consider, since there's so much opposition to projects like this, to the one on 10th Avenue, and people get very emotional. There is not as much opposition, and certainly not as much angry opposition, to low-rise apartments. So as well as putting density in where we really need it, like on Broadway, where we're having new transit infrastructure, I would urge council to consider legalizing low-rise apartments citywide or nearly citywide, because I think in a lot of neighborhoods that might really get angry. People might get angry at projects being proposed for 20, 30-story towers. I don't think you'd get the same angry reaction for a 3 or 4 or 5-story or 6-story tower or a low-rise apartment. And it would allow neighborhoods to grow organically, and it would take the pressure off other neighborhoods to build higher and higher. So I think we'd have a more gentle gradation of density in the whole city, and I think that would just create a better city altogether. But for areas like this, where there's a lot of activity, we're putting a lot of money into transit infrastructure, and where we expect the city is going to be more busy, it makes a lot of sense to put a building like this in.
Okay. You done?
How's it going so far?
Oh, everybody's showing up. It's great.
All right. I don't know what happened there just now, but is everything okay now? Was he cut off, or?
No, that's all I have to say. Thanks a lot.
Okay, great. Sorry, I'm a little confused here. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Marcus. The next speaker we have is speaker number 4, Russell Wong.
I'm a member of the Vancouver Area Neighbors Association. If there's a slide deck, should be slide number 4. But just to keep it brief, I'd like to speak in support of this application. It'll provide 200 new rental homes, including roughly 40 below-market rentals, in a central neighborhood close to the SkyTrain at Broadway and Main. Because it's replacing a strip mall, there's zero displacement. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. The next speaker is speaker number 5, Jessica Leung.
and I get to be the first person who's speaking in opposition to this tower tonight. I'm an immediate neighbor to 701 Kingsway, who's lived here for close to 10 years, and tonight I'm speaking on behalf of myself as well as the 5 other families who live in the 700 block of East 16th. The families that I'm representing tonight didn't feel confident in their English, so they were hoping that I could represent a few of the points we talked about together, where we have concerns for this specific rezoning application tonight. The 3 main points we'd like to bring forward to council are the size and scale of this project in relation to its lot size. We think that it's a very, very large tower on a parcel of land that's actually not that big. The other concern we have is the insufficient supporting infrastructure for this building. And then the third point we would like to make this evening is the lack of reciprocity from the developers for any substantial community amenities. So you just approved a project on 10th Avenue that provided childcare spaces, which I know as a parent in the city are incredibly needed. I don't feel like this project offers any specific community amenities that are really exceptional. So for context, your last speaker talked about nearby buildings. There are 3 nearby, I would say, high-rises to this site right now. There's one at Kingsway and Broadway, the Independent, which is 21 stories. It's on a 33,000 square foot lot. There's a brand new building at Glen and Kingsway. It's almost complete. Again, purpose-built rentals, 14 stories on a 22,000 square foot lot. And then there's King Edward Village, which is located at Kingsway and Knight, and it's 17 stories. It's built on a lot that's upwards of 70,000 square feet. So it's there with, additional retail space and even like a grocery store. All those footprints have provided ample space for redevelopment and complementary retail space. Tonight, council is being asked to approve a 24-story tower on a 17,000 square foot lot, 17,900 square feet. The proposed tower height at 701 Kingsway exploits the very maximum amount of FSR granted by the Broadway plan. Yet it's still literally the very, very last block in the plan, and it's over 1.2 kilometers walking distance from the nearest station. The developer acknowledges themselves that this site has got complexity to it. It's geometrically complex, and further is located directly on top of the peat bog that's in the area of Fraser and Kingsway. I believe there needs to be serious consideration to the distinct challenges proposed by constructing a tower of this magnitude on this unique site. Redevelopment will require extensive shoring as well as the use of a crane that extends far past the actual site. This crane will be in use over an intersection where 60,000 cars pass daily and where the nearest crosswalk is over 300 meters away. Given the high number of crane incidents over the past several months, I hope council can appreciate how daunting the prospect of living under an operational crane will be for residents and commuters alike. And to this point, I like to speak specifically as a neighbor who's going to be under this crane swing. It has felt to me and to the neighbors that I'm representing very much like this project is a foregone conclusion. We've been in contact, the lawyers for the developers have been in contact with us, asking us to agree to the airspace rights above our homes already. So to me, it honestly feels like tonight I'm speaking kind of when the decision's already been made, and that's a frustrating feeling. The other point that we wanted to make tonight, and Councillor Clausen kind of spoke to it, is the limited infrastructure for the site. The narrowness of the site doesn't allow for the developer to build a ramp for any underground parking. So the parking that is going to be proposed will be by way of a car elevator. And the access to this is from a very, very narrow L-shaped laneway immediately adjacent to the site. This laneway is off a traffic calmed street and is no wider than 10 feet in some spaces. It was a residential laneway built for homes from the 1900s, and it can't facilitate two-wheel traffic, and it can't support necessarily the requirement for tenants to wait for their car elevator to arrive, or daily deliveries, move-ins, move-outs, or the regular waste removals that this building will require. So the last point that I have for tonight is reciprocity. At the same time, these developers are seeking maximum FSRs for their project, they're offering next to nothing to the city or Vancouverites by way of community amenities and affordable housing. Qualex, the developer of the site, will be the owner-operator, profiting directly by commercial and residential rents collected. 80% of the units will be at market rates, and given the low vacancy rate in the city, this will garner them a substantial monthly income. I'd like to point out that the public art subsidies they're offering will likely be less than a third of what they'll potentially earn each month in rent. This design relies heavily on civic properties modifications to both sidewalks and traffic flows, and will have a huge impact to current residents who will have to live through years of construction.
Hi, Jessica. Sorry, we're at time. But thank you very much for all your comments.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Have a great night. Next speaker is speaker number 6, Philippe Poulin.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, council members. And thank you for speaking my name the French way. Much appreciated. I am a resident on 15th Avenue and lived here for 10 years. And I'm speaking against this project. But I'm not very hopeful since we've already told at the start of this meeting that, kind of emotional arguments aren't going to hold a lot of value. And I absolutely agree that Vancouver needs a lot more density. I think that there's not too much for me to say here that the last speaker hasn't said very well. I would say that, 15th Avenue is a very different kind of street in this neighborhood where there's misshapen intersections all the way along. It leads to a lot of high risk for pedestrian traffic, and increasing the density in this neighborhood with more cars is a little bit frightening, as there's already cars whipping through, going down to the pedestrian light over on 9th Street. This is a neighborhood where there's young children sort of playing in the street, as it's all multifamily houses who use their front yard as the main yard, as it's split into 2 units. I'd like to say that I completely agree with the previous speaker. I'm really worried about this project, this back alley. It's very narrow. I don't think that it's going to be really feasible for commercial vehicles to use this on a regular basis. I think they're going to end up stopping in the middle of 16th Avenue on Kingsway and on Fraser Street for their deliveries, because it doesn't fit. It's like as narrow as a European road there. And then also the rest of this parcel of land along 15th Avenue and 16th Avenue, like the lots are just incredibly small. Like the houses on 15th Avenue are built all the way back to the back alley. And, I think that I just can't imagine a project of this scale, which is mostly subsiding on residential areas on 15th Avenue and 16th Avenue, really being a functional piece for our city. That's all I had to say. Thanks so much for your consideration.
Great, thank you very much. The next speaker we have is speaker number 7, Louis Villegas.
Okay. My clock says 2:33. Thank you. My name is Louis Villegas. I'm an urban design specialist. I've worked in the US and Canada. In Vancouver, I designed Chinatown Square. I also provided the concept plan for the Olympic Village. I'm opposed to this tower. I'm opposed to any towers in Mount Pleasant. It just really doesn't make sense to combine towers with cottages. We looked at that on Tuesday. We'll look at it again. Next slide, please. See, this is the problem. This is what happens. When you put a tower next to houses or cottages, well, the cottages are supposed to be in a human scale environment, what I call a neighborhood. The towers operate at a different scale. They operate at machine scale. And they're most commonly grouped in districts, like the downtown district. To put a tower next to a cottage is crazy. And to think in the back of our heads that we've already done it in Vancouver on the West End and that we're going to do it again in Mount Pleasant is also crazy, because the West End has great amenities all around. Burrard Inlet, Stanley Park, the beach, and the downtown, which is one of the largest job centers in the Western Canada. But Mount Pleasant doesn't have that, and the Broadway corridor doesn't have that. Next slide, please. So this is the way that density ends up kicking off the housing crisis. Okay, the FSR is a number that tells you how big the building is in proportion to the site that it's being built on. And on Tuesday it was 5.8 and today is 8.5. And so at 8.5 compared to housing, right, we're going to put in 14 times more space next to these houses than the houses can actually carry. And so what do you think is going to happen to the price of the land? Well, it's going to go up 14, 20, whatever. And it has been doing that consistently for the last 15, 20 years. Next slide, please. This is another way to look at this housing crisis. You know, the big density tower is a big building that, you know, has a lot of weight pushing down. And on the other side of the fulcrum, what you get is the price of land pushing up. And every time this council votes for a tower, this is exactly what you're doing. Right? So we're at a stage now where the enemy is within. The housing crisis is being manufactured here in this room. Next slide, please. The economists are in agreement, they're in consensus about this, that the cost of land is what goes up. The cost of materials doesn't go up a lot. It did during COVID, but it's more or less settled. So it's all in the land. Next slide, please. And so who benefits for all this disruption? Right? A government that is captured by the industry, by the development industry, like I think government in Canada is, gives density away. Then it extracts fees and taxes. Okay, that's a pretty good system. More towers, the more towers make, the better it is because we collect more government revenue, right? Oh, but wait a second, the towers trigger a housing crisis. That destroys the neighborhood's livability. It also makes the neighborhood impossible for most people. So fewer towers are better. And then the third thing is that tower dwellers live in these tiny little overcrowded, shrinking boxes. The apartments that are on this tower are between 17 and 30% smaller than they were 20 years ago in the city of Vancouver. So the people who are living in those tiny boxes include families. And so rather than warehousing families in these towers, what we really ought to do is build fewer towers. And that will cure the housing crisis as well. Next slide, please. So here's the conundrum. We can look at our city and look at the neighborhoods, and that should be human scale development. 4 stories maximum, okay? Village squares, the rest of it. Trams, you know, bikes, buses, the whole kit. The towers are in the downtown, okay? And if we do that, we can contain the cost of land price increase. If we don't do that, then we're stuck with what we got. Next slide, please. And so now we can state unequivocally that it is government that is driving the blue line up, and it is actions that are being taken right here tonight and over the last 40 years, really, in this room, that have also brought the orange line up. The orange line are the condos, the blue line are the houses. And what I just want to close with, it's just a recommendation that in the neighborhoods, the towers be built on the side. Thank you,
Thank
Council.
you very much. Okay. Sorry, please. Sorry, I do want to stress earlier in this council meeting, I understand people have emotions both for and against the changes that are being proposed. And we will create a safe work environment for our team members here. You know, I'll stand here and let you know that it can actually be very intimidating being one of our team members here when they hear that. And so I respectfully ask you not to refrain from outbursts like that, or we will recess until we solve that out of respect for our team members. Okay? Thank you. The next person, the next speaker we have is number 8, Stephen Bohas.
Okay, and just to clarify, so we have 5 minutes, and is there any opportunity for questions from council?
No.
Okay, I
Yeah,
just want
5
to make
minutes.
sure.
Yeah. Great.
Procedure bylaw. Okay,
Thank you.
thanks. So good evening, Mayor and Council. My name's Stephen Boas. I'm a Vancouver resident, and I'm opposed to this rezoning. I once lived very close to this site, and I used Robson Park, Macaulay Park, and the shops and services in this area. The first slide, you can see the extent of the shadows on the spring equinox, which was March the 19th this year at 10 a.m., and it very clearly reaches Robson Park, completely completely covers Macaulay Park there and the shopping area. Next slide. To quote the Broadway plan, I've got it up there, proposed new development should not create shadow impact on parks and public schoolyards from the spring to fall equinox between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. Well, the Broadway plan is very specific that there should be no new shadow, and there are no exceptions here for Robson Park. I've blown up the solar priority area from the Broadway plan, and you can see that this whole area with this site falls into this solar priority area. It should be lower. The application breaks the Broadway plan. Next slide. We look at just kind of a month from before now, just a little bit after the fall equinox. The shadows actually extend all the way into the field on Robson Park. So this is why it's very important to hold the line on shadow impacts for the equinox, because this is what you start getting in the shoulder season, especially if you start pumping out 24-story towers around Robson Park. Next slide. And here's the field that would be shaded there on October the 19th. Next slide. If we go to the longest day of the year, summer, solstice, 10 a.m., entire Macaulay Park is shaded. And I think that's not even the intent of the Broadway plan, to completely shade this park. Or soon after here, the entire village area would be also shaded. Next slide. That's the glorious sunshine we get in Macaulay Park. There is a site across the street, and I used to use the shops and services there. We have the commemorative statue, little Saigon here. It's a special place. Next slide. Here's the local shopping area, the restaurants, and cafes and little shops. Next slide. Now, if we turn our attention to the issue of balconies, earlier this year, this council passed a rezoning 2015 Maine and made an exception for no balconies, but that was on the basis of this being a mass timber building. Next slide. Next slide, please. If we look at the floor plans here, I don't see balconies in 5 of these units out of the 9 in the tower. So, and a sliding window, which they can call a Joliet balcony. A sliding window is not a balcony. A balcony is a private balcony that you can step onto. So this very clearly breaks the Broadway plan. Next slide. Now, another place where the Broadway plan is broken is that there is a maximum 10-foot floor-to-floor height, and you can very clearly see that it's 10 foot 6 inches there, or 3.2 meters. It's exceeding the maximum. It doesn't follow the Broadway plan. Next slide. We have this car elevator and not a ramp. The environmental issues there, having cars go up and down, mechanical breakdowns, this is a very, very high point of vulnerability, and you're also breaking off a desire line through to the laneway by putting that right there for pedestrians. Next slide. So, yeah, I would ask you to please turn this proposal down. It doesn't follow the Broadway plan. The floor-to-floor heights are exceeded. You have huge shadow impacts, and you are looking at units without private balconies. And I really have concerns that this was brought forward as something that apparently is under the Broadway plan. That's what the literature said on the sign, and so on. And if planning staff, really do this, I don't know what else the public can do other than turn to the Planning Institute of British Columbia, because the rezoning planner here is a member. The previous application had a candidate for the PIBC. Like, can City Hall just look at these issues? Next slide, please. And to kind of wrap it up, there'd be a very large impact on views coming down Fraser for anyone who lives in the Fraser Hood. There would be huge impacts if you pass the Broadway plan amendments, which I think are going to be maybe the end of this month. So please turn this application down. Putting 25-story towers around Robson Park will create huge shadow impacts and really take away from the livability of the park and our breathing space.
Great.
Thank you.
Stephen, thank you very much. Nope. All right. So thank you for catching yourselves. And Stephen, thank you for the presentation again. The next presenter we have is speaker we have is number 9, Tony Lee.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Great. My name is Tony. Good evening, everyone. And I'm a townhome owner and resident in the immediate vicinity of this proposed development. I'm fortunate, with the help of my wife and our families, to purchase our first home in this area 5 years ago. As a 32-year-old and previous renter in Vancouver, I understand the challenges posed by the housing shortage, as well as the positive benefits to increase density and housing availability, having previously rented in Olympic Village. I'm here to voice my objection to what this application represents for the current policies that govern the planning of this area, Mount Pleasant Area C in the Broadway Plan. And here are my top 3 issues, alternatives, and a call to action on city planners and council people. Number 1, there's inadequate consideration about safety in the infrastructural planning, including the roads and public transportation outlined in the developer's application and by the city. I've witnessed many accidents here, most recently 2 weeks ago, one that shut down Kingsway during rush hour. At this proposal's Kingsway and Fraser intersection, it is number 1 in all of Mount Pleasant, with the most casualty crash types according to ICBC in the last 5 years, at 134 incidents. It is not only here, but also the adjacent intersections that are prone to accidents due to the amount of traffic and poor traffic HOV parking design here, including those that feed on to Kingsway and Fraser. At Kingsway and Carolina, there have been 53 over the last 5 years. 16th and Carolina, 10. 14th and 13th and Fraser, 7. 17th and Fraser, 19. That's over 200 casualty accidents over the last 5 years, averaging around three every month. Concern for the induced vehicles and traffic that will circulate in this area's already poorly designed intersections to reach this development. I walk here every day to walk my dog, and the proposal shows that all access traffic will rely on the laneway behind it in East 15th, which is already hindered by the lack of turning options to and from Fraser Street, where many people run the red just across the street as pedestrians still cross the street. There's a lack of information how the developer and city will manage the already heavily trafficked area during the construction period as well, which the proposal outlines as 30 to 36 months. The second point is that the building and property design provides insufficient in-building parking, only 30% for the number of homes that will be there, and insufficient bike storage, not even 2 per household in the proposal. According to a 2018 City of Vancouver survey, 78% of households rely on private vehicles for access. And according to ICBC personal registration information as well, 42% of people in the City of Vancouver own vehicles. That's 1 car for every 2.5 people. And this is insufficient for this built area, and the parking bylaw as it stands already fails to meet current on and off-street parking demand. The lack of design setbacks of this building is also an issue. There is not enough setback on the street level, resulting in narrow sidewalks and more, and affecting natural light and others. As the proposal documents, it does not meet the required setback on East 15th, where traffic is expected to come, as the developer previously talked about. The failure to recognize and address deliveries, visitors, customers, and other parking needs is an issue. The project is required to have 3 Class A passenger loading zones, but only provides 1. The parking, there's already existing heavy usage of parking, and the developer fails to demonstrate how that will be met through the plan. I think my last point here is the city policies, which I'm going to address in my summary. But essentially, the current state of the mixed-use development is insufficient in the Kingsway corridor. I support development proposals that densify the Mount Pleasant and Kingsway areas, provided that they align with the existing built mixed-use structures that range from the 6 to 12 stories, as a previous speaker said. The success of the Olympic Village in achieving density through thoughtful designed buildings and the provision of child care facilities as well demonstrates how Mount Pleasant could also accomplish this while preserving a welcoming, cohesive design. The current trend of adding towers in this area suggests a lack of cohesive planning. Evaluating each development in isolation without considering site-specific factors creates a chaotic and hazardous urban environment. Instead, Mount Pleasant would benefit from extending mixed-use development throughout. As a council member said at the beginning, it's unlikely any of what I said will change the decision. However, I urge the city to reassess these rezoning applications
And
together
Tony,
as
I'm
a
sorry,
whole,
we're
review
at time.
the city policies.
Tony, sorry,
Okay.
I'm sorry, we're at time. But thank you very much for calling in today. The next great, thank you. Good evening. The next speaker we have is speaker number 10, Bobo Irich. Bobo's not here. Okay. One thing I do want to mention, I just want to clarify an earlier comment. So speakers aren't permitted to ask questions while they're up there, but council members are allowed to ask clarifying questions of the speakers. So I just wanted to be clear there. Okay, the next speaker we have is speaker number 11, Catherine Kilpatrick. Catherine, are you on the line?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Wonderful. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Catherine Kilpatrick. I live on 21st and St. Catharines, and I would like to offer my support for this development. I've lived in this neighborhood since 2018, previously in the city-owned rental building on 7th and Main, which was relatively affordable for a 20-something. My husband and I love this vibrant, family-filled neighborhood with so many unique shops, restaurants, and services, so much that we moved around the corner from our first home in 2023 to accommodate our growing family. We've been fortunate enough to find a daycare 9 blocks away for our 2.5-year-old that will also have room for our 3-month-old next spring. It saddened my husband and I when I found out last year that our daughter's favorite teacher had to move from Vancouver to Surrey in order to afford an apartment big enough for her and her partner, and that sometimes her commute is upwards of 90 minutes. It makes us very nervous that she will leave and find alternate work closer to home. This is not the first time I've heard this, but it's the first time that posed a consequential impact to my children's lives. The only evidence-based way to substantially improve rental affordability is to increase supply. We need more homes in Vancouver to make a dent in supply. And the best place for significant supply is on key transit nodes with adequate public transit. Save those lower-rise buildings for quieter neighborhoods. I am super excited that within this development, there will be 40 affordable housing units that will accommodate daycare teachers, cooks, baristas, the library staff at Kensington, and other individuals who contribute significantly to this neighborhood but have trouble affording it. Who else is going to pay for these affordable housing homes if it isn't these developers? These individuals and their families are the diversity that our neighborhoods needs and our communities needs for our neighborhood programs. I just received an email earlier this week that the Greater Vancouver Food Bank, from the Greater Vancouver Food Bank, that 15,000 people use the food bank monthly. That is a terrifying amount of people who likely can barely afford their living costs and not much else. I hope that the housing supply that we build today will allow my girls to follow their dreams, that may be becoming a nurse, a teacher, a cook, a firefighter, and will be able to afford a place to live in this amazing city. I implore the council to think about the impact that these homes will have on the next generation when voting for this project. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you, Catherine. The next speaker we have is speaker number 12, Christy Anderson.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Christy Anderson, and I live 4 homes east of 701 Kingsway, just on 15th. I oppose the 24-story tower building being built on this small parcel of land with the vehicle access only being a narrow residential alley. I will not reiterate the previous points of opposition, but I will speak to my unique perspective due to my proximity to the site and use of the alley. Comparing other high-rise buildings in the city, it seems that their alleys have a width of 20 feet and 2 directional traffic. I want to draw your attention to the map these small red arrows show the alley where the residents park, use for their parking spaces. The alley can be as narrow as 10 feet in some of these spaces. It cannot handle an additional 200 plus people, 60 cars, delivery or maintenance vehicles. Currently, we already have issues with moving vans, and sometimes even garbage trucks have trouble with the alley space. So I ask, how will the alley be affected by the new development? It's my understanding that the section of the alley, the small north-south, where it says Sally Lemon, is going to be widened to 17 feet. I question if 17 feet will allow for two directions. Is 17 feet wide enough to accommodate daily deliveries, entry and exit for tenants and customers of the retail space? It is thought that the entry and exit will only flow onto 15th, where the blue circle is. There are several issues with this as well. The proposed rendering shows 15th to be a two-way traffic. It is completely false. I've witnessed from my front porch several disputes where one driver is headed east and one driver is headed west, and one of them needs to back up so that they can get through the street. This is exacerbated when several cars are backed up because these cars cannot back up onto Fraser, but must back up to Prince Albert. I have seen 3 or 4 cars at one time having to back up to do this. I am also aware that the ground conditions are only able to excavate down 2 levels, which will only allow for a car elevator. They are unable to actually build a ramp for parking. Can you imagine the backups when people are waiting to bring their cars in and out of a 60-car elevator in that small alley space? I don't know if any of you have lived in condominiums, but if people are leaving for work and coming home from work at the same time, there is always a backup of cars trying to enter and exit, further exacerbating issues with traffic on 15th and Fraser. I have to oppose, they have to reconfigure what they plan to do with this site if they're only able to access the building from the small alleyway that exists. If you're going to change the site at all, you would have to reverse your decision to allow for drive-through, to allow drive-through access for 15th and Fraser. It just cannot proceed with the design that they have currently. It's not just an inconvenience, it's going to be dangerous and it's going to impact people's safety, especially with arguments that can break out when people are frustrated in a congested area. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for coming in. The next speaker we have is speaker number 13, Lynn Shen.
Hi.
Hi, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Lynn, and I'm a student at UBC. I've been living at my parents' house because it's hard to find rental units that are affordable, which is why I think it would be good for this development to go through, as I think we need more rental homes in Vancouver. And also, I heard from friends that, some landlords will ask them to leave to make room for their family, and that's kind of stressful, but with secured rental homes, you can just sign a lease and not have the fear of getting kicked out. And I think this is a great location with many buses that go directly to campus, so it'll be convenient for students to stay here. So I am speaking in support of this project. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. The next speaker we have is number 14, David Emmons. David, are you online? Nope, okay. The next speaker we have is speaker number 15, Ronan George Hagan. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Not even close.
Not even close.
I'm sorry.
But I have heard that many times. So
Okay.
it's Gagan. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. My name is Ronan Gagan. I live in Vancouver. I have lived in Vancouver for 20 years. And I live on 15th and Fraser, basically. So very close to this proposal. And I strongly oppose it. You hear people that support it. They see retail and rental housing. And what that does is basically gloss over all the giant warts that this proposal has. And it will be a disaster if it gets approved. So if you'll indulge me for a minute, I brought this prop, simple, but hopefully effective. This illustrates the height of the proposed tower. Like 280 feet, probably close to that when it's finally topped out. I put 3 lines here so you can visually see other towers. This represents Olympic Village. I looked at 33 towers in Olympic Village. This is the average height. And it's about 155 feet. Every single tower in Olympic Village is shorter than this proposal. Most of them are half as tall. The second line is King Edward Village development at night in Kingsway. A tall building, if you've ever driven by Kingsway. This is 100 feet shorter than the proposal. This one here is the Independent at Main. The Triangle building, also very tall, right on top of the new SkyTrain station. It's 60 feet shorter than this proposal. Okay, and this proposal is over 1 kilometer away from the SkyTrain station. This is not transit-oriented development. This is a giant tower in the middle of a low-rise area. This represents all the neighboring buildings. This is a 2.5 to 3-story building. Okay, so this is completely out of character with the neighborhood. Speaking of the character, directly across the street is the village, the park, and Robson Park. It was spoken at length about the shadows that will happen. According to the Broadway plan, the village is it's a priority to maintain the low-scale character of that village. And if you build a 300-foot tower or 280-foot tower directly across the street, you're going to impact that character. Okay, that's a cherished area of the neighborhood, cafes and businesses. This is going to have an impact. The shadow I won't get into because I was spoken to at length. That's a big issue as well. It's against the Broadway plan, of course. Traffic is a huge problem. So if you don't live in the area, you see retail, you see the rental housing, that's great. The traffic is going to be a big problem. Yesterday, I drove down 15th to get into the alley. The alley is very small. And for me, it's one way because the turning radius, it's such a small alley, I can only enter and exit from one direction. So I have to go in one way. And yesterday, when I was going down 15th, there were 2 cars waiting for me to get through. And that's 2 cars, that's backing up on a Fraser already. Today there were 3 cars. And that's right now. That's before you add 60 cars waiting for an underground elevator. That's before you have 200 units of Ubers, Evos, Amazon trucks. There's no visitor parking here, right? So that's going to flood the neighborhood. It's going to cause traffic issues. It's going to cause safety issues. Okay, this is not a small concern. This is a serious concern. And sure, yeah, there's retail. That's nice. There's rental housing. That's nice. This proposal is way too tall. That's a very small, postage stamp parcel of land with difficult geotechnical situations. It's an odd shape. You can't put a giant tower like this there. It's not feasible. What else was I going to say? I went a lot quicker than I was expecting. 15th Ave is also, it's one way, basically. There's cars on both sides of the streets. It's one way. And that parking is required for the residents because most of these houses have multiple units in them. So that's a requirement. And so if you put another 200 units, 140 of which have no parking, they're going to end up flooding those neighborhoods, causing traffic issues. The laneway is incredibly tight. Like I said, it's one way for me. I've had to back out of there around that corner multiple times. I've been stuck there. I've seen people that live on that alleyway, vehicles blocking both ends, and they're stuck. They can't get out until one of those vehicles backs out. And so if you back out around that corner onto 15th and there's more vehicles waiting, you have people potentially backing out onto Fraser. It's a disaster. I'll leave it at that. Traffic is probably, it's way too tall. Way too many issues with this proposal. And I would strongly suggest, train down the rezoning application. What should be here is something that will enhance the neighborhood, enhance the village across the street, not damage it. Thank you.
Great. And thank you for coming in, Mr. Gagan. So, the next speaker we have is speaker number 16, Peter Dowdy. Peter, are you on the line?
Hello. Yes, I am.
Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Peter Downey. I'm a resident of Vancouver and a member of the Vancouver Area Neighbors Association, and I'm calling in to support this proposal. Vancouver desperately needs more housing. We have a very low vacancy rate, and this drives rent up to increasingly untenable levels. And last council and this council decided that the area bounded by the boundaries of the Broadway plan should absorb substantial housing because of its high amenities and central location and great access to transit. This proposal is no different. This is going to add a ton of rental housing. It's going to add subsidized housing that will make it easier for people of all socioeconomic levels to gain access. It'll provide 2 floors of commercial space, which will provide great amenities. I'm really pleased that a lot of the tenants are coming back, especially Salle du Monde. I'm quite fond of them. I think that it's really important for there to be housing here as well because it's so close to the Mount St. Joseph Hospital. And we have a shortage of healthcare workers in this city, in addition to having a shortage of everything in this city. And one major reason for that is that it's hard for them to find affordable housing. This might allow people who work there to live there, and it might allow more people to come to Vancouver to work in the healthcare sector. People claim that economists are overwhelmingly in agreement that adding more housing to Vancouver will make housing in Vancouver less affordable. Economists are almost united, but in the opposite direction. They overwhelmingly argue that adding more housing will make housing more affordable. Our federal government believes this. Our opposition conservatives believe this. The provincial government believes this. The city council believes this. We really don't have room for this kind of economic misinformation when we're making these housing decisions. The other complaints that people make are about traffic and accessing the site through some of the streets that are not arterials like Kingsway or major roads like Fraser. 15th Avenue is bidirectional. It's bidirectional car parking. I have to ask if we're building a city for people or a city for cars, because we could very easily make the site accessible by reevaluating how we handle parking in the area. It seems like sleeping in your car is the only kind of housing density that's an acceptable addition to the neighborhood. So I think that this proposal is great. I think that it will give a lot of people the opportunity to live here, and it will add a lot to the neighborhood. And the arguments against don't really hold up. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. The next speaker we have is speaker number 17, Sonia Sladovich. And I'm sorry, I probably mispronounced your name as well. Sonia, are you there?
No.
Maybe I did pronounce your name properly. The next speaker we have is speaker number 18, Mark McLennan. Mark, are you here? No? Okay. The next speaker is speaker number 19, Mark Boardman. Mark, are you on the line? Okay. The next speaker we have is speaker number 20, Elizabeth Abira. Hi. Let's go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Elizabeth Abira, and I've been living in the Mount Pleasant area, and I am opposed to this development. My reason for opposition is because my neighborhood is sinking. And with every major development that happens in the area, the streets and sidewalks further erode and warp with all the vibration from the digging. I have lived in the neighborhood since 1974. I remember as a child when the sidewalks in my block were level with the streets, and now our sidewalks are sinking and the street is higher. I guess 10 years ago, we had the sewage upgrade with the infrastructure for the water, and so the roads are very solid, but the rest of our neighborhood is sinking. It is quite evident for anyone who uses 16th Avenue or has to use Carolina Street to transition from Fraser to go west along 16th, how rocky or how bumpy the road is. We have a lot of pooling. A lot of the houses are leaning now. You can see the road ripping apart in the alleyways, and like the garages need to add more tar because they have to drive at an angle to get into the garage. And I know there are houses that had been built and had done the pylons, and they have had, for example, this house that I know on the 17th and St. George, they built their home brand new, and it was before they could just walk. They had no stairs. They have sunk, the land has sunk at least 2 feet from where their doorway was. So now they had to install stairs. And I'm concerned because I know there's going to be future developments, such as on 17th and Fraser and near St. Joseph, and also within Main Street near St. Joseph. There will be more development. So I'm concerned about all of this vibration that's going to happen, and the soils and the sidewalks sinking further with the homes, and a lot of damages. I know on my block on 17th, there have been issues where the water pipes have broken and been leaking into the street, and they had to be repaired by the city. I know for my home and my neighbor's home, our gas lines were ruptured, that they had a gas leak, and they had to be fixed. Terracin said they're aware of our area because we are a peat moss bog area, and so they have to monitor regularly for breakages of gas leaks. So that's one of my concerns of safety. And also, I'm concerned because this building is a rental building. It's not home ownership. And because it's going to be a rental, I'm scared of eventually the owners of the rental, which is going to be a development, will not be responsible stewards to this building. And therefore, we might have issues like a Sahota issue, where you have these slumlords who will not maintain the buildings because it's cheaper not to. And there's nothing the city's going to be able to do about it to enforce anything to be fixed. And I don't want to see a situation 20, 30 years down the road where you have to have the city intervene, which they won't. I'm also concerned about the construction of this building because St. George is, Kingsway is a very busy street. And with all these incidents of developments like in Oak Ridge with the crane and in Dunbar with the crane, and you're going to have a 24-story with a crane, and it's a very narrow parcel of land. I'd hate the catastrophe of an incident where the crane falls and damages or injures people in a very small parcel of land. So I'm concerned about that. And how long a project for a 24-story in a small parcel of land is going to take to build, I'm concerned about that too, because it's going to cause a lot of disruption along Kingsway. I mean, if it was a smaller building, it could be built quickly and people could live in sooner, but the way it is, 24 stories is going to take a long time to finish. So I'm concerned about the safety of a crane being put in that area with a lot of traffic, also in that area with a lot of construction trucks and digging and maneuvering all the equipment to build a 24-story building. I don't know how that's going to be effective. Oh, I'm out of time soon. Yes, well, I know time.
Sorry, yeah, you're at time.
Okay.
Thank you for coming in again.
All right.
Speaker number 21 has withdrawn. Speaker number 22, Terry Rudolph. Terry, are you here? Nope. Okay. Speaker number 23 has withdrawn. Speaker number 24, Taylor Billenduke. Hi. Yep, please go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Taylor. I'm currently an architecture thesis student at UBC, and I'm here to voice concern for small community services that often get overlooked. My stance is in opposition to acts that contribute to the deterioration of specific services. My comments in regards to this application are not specific to the extreme height proposed. However, I will echo that the site is not along Broadway and reaches beyond the transit walking distance. The existing multi-unit residential along Broadway adjacent to the Fraser intersection is only 4 to 10 stories. This site is not a transit node, but is proposed as such. My stance is not a critique on the developers, but more so that city infrastructure that does not exist to support existing businesses on this lot. I personally have lived on this exact block on East 15th for over 2 years in an old house that is split into 4 separate entrance suites. This is the same case for the majority of the detached houses in this area. It's not uncommon that 3 out of the 4 units in the house will not have laundry accessible to them. My stance today is centered around the existing laundromat in the mini mall and how the development of this project will wipe out yet again another essential community service. And securing laundry in suite in the proposed new development excludes the existing community that lacks this amenity. Those who rely on this service are not included in the rezoning of this community node. The next closest laundromat is a 15-minute walk away and is situated in the same mini mall typology as this site. The fate of the site next to it is also being held by a development permit, insinuating the other laundromat is also at risk in the near future as well. The boundaries within and beyond Mount Pleasant, Kensington Cedar Cottage, and Victoria Fraser View hold a high amount of multi-tenant detached homes and the highest number of laundromats in Vancouver. With the number of tenants increasing within a house and the number of laundromats decreasing, I'm concerned for the existence of this building. I am also aware that there's a consideration for proposals to provide relief money to businesses affected by the construction along the Broadway corridor throughout this plan, but I can't find anything about subsidies or incentives to help existing businesses affected by new development demolition to reintegrate into communities. And to be clear, reintegrate, not relocate. The renderings always will include fancy cafes and the storefront CRUs, but this community holds plenty of cafes where you can acquire a $7 coffee. My critique and question is, how can the city, and more so in this case, the developer who will manage the site, provide subsidies and assistance to help reintegrate existing businesses into the new buildings constructed, especially in the case of the laundromat, businesses that aren't considered streetscape pretty in response to the city's mission of, quote, urban renewal. To the point made by the design team earlier, when I had talked to the laundromat owner, he did not seem informed of his options to the extent presented. Those saying there is zero displacement is an offense to anyone who owns a business that has put care into sustaining the neighborhood for years. Noting the existing relocation and protection policies, reintegration should be a new point of inclusion. I urge the city and developers to consider applying this to the well-utilized and supported businesses on this block when this project goes forward, and to create opportunities for other existing Vancouver businesses under threat to continue to serve their rapidly developing communities. The removal of services and the lack of supportive reintegration forces those who rely on and provide it to relocate to a different place. This relocation process is a form of displacement to citizens and should be thought of deeply. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. The next speaker we have is speaker number 25, Richard George.
Hello, thank you very much. I don't have a lot to say. I'm impressed at the caliber of speakers here. I would just like to voice my opposition to this proposal because I feel that it doesn't really fit in with the neighborhood, and also when originally the proposal was made, there was a website where you could ask questions, and as many people have expressed concern about today, I asked, well, what about traffic? And the literal answer is, well, we expect traffic to decrease as a result of this proposal. And I just thought that was like disingenuous or dishonest or disrespectful, some kind of diss. And so I'm not allowed to ask questions here, but I'm just hoping that the elected representatives will get a better response to these very real concerns that the citizens are expressing. And in regards to traffic, 15th Avenue is already become very congested. And having all these new people living here is a good thing. However, I'm worried about that back alley. I don't see how it's going to work, and I'm hoping that these ladies and gentlemen here will get a better response than I did. And also, as this neighborhood becomes more populated, things have to happen with the crosswalks. And I would like to mention my neighbor Mike, who died at Kingsway and St. Catharines. And something has to happen. It has to be easier to cross the streets around here. And this project is going to make it worse. It's going to hurt the neighborhood. And that's all I want to say. And thank you very much.
Thank you for coming in. I'm sorry about your friend Mike. The next speaker we have is speaker number 26, Nathan Chan. Nathan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for being here. Sorry, it's my first time, so please forgive me if I'm a little shaky. So I'm a resident with 2 blocks away from this proposed development south, and I live with my wife and my in-laws. I'm actually here to speak in support of the development, but I would still like there to be more consideration to the local traffic and the parking in the area. So I've lived in this area for around 5 to 6 years, and the parking is getting worse and worse in the streets. Looks like there are 200 units and 2 stories of commercial and 60 parking stalls, which means it's gonna overflow into the streets, all the parking, all the vehicles. And a lot of us are in the neighborhood are already talking about it's an easy solution for us. We'll just permit the whole area and make everyone park 5, 6, 7 blocks away for the commercial unit. And I'm not quite sure that's good for business. If people have to, just to go to a restaurant, they have to park 7 blocks away just because everyone's permitted the area. So I just want a little bit more consideration into the local parking situation. Now, the other experience I want to share is that Kingsway is very congested right now at rush hour. So I drive to work, and it is very congested. On a good day, it's very congested. When there's one traffic accident, that's it. It's the whole Kingsway is basically at a standstill, and it is just impossible to get anywhere anymore. And I'm just a little worried that with more and more traffic, more and more densification, there might be a bit of a issue here. And another just came up was that if you ever try to turn into the Sally Lemon commercial area and you have to wait, it backs up very significantly. And when it backs up, like many of the speakers have mentioned, people get angry, it gets really backed up, and there's a bit of a safety concern there as well. So I want to keep it short because many people have already stated things that I've already wanted to say, but I am in support of the development because it is adding housing and it is rebuilding that commercial area that's around 40 years old, nearing 40 years old now. So it's a good revitalization. So I'm in support of it, but I would just like there to be a bit more consideration to the heavy traffic going on and the amount of parking that's going to fill the streets in our neighborhoods because of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nathan. You did great, by the way. You weren't shaky at all. The next speaker we have is speaker number 20.
Excuse me, Mayor?
Yep.
Mayor, I had put my name on the.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Carr, yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think you did state that it is possible to ask questions of speakers.
Yep, it is.
Okay, so I can't, because I'm not in the chambers as a speaker at the podium.
We can, Nathan, can you hear us out there? Please don't go. You did so great that you have questions now.
Okay. Great, thank you very much. I am interested in the comments that you made around parking on the street, and I'm just wondering about your response to a question around the fact that in many neighborhoods, there is a restriction on parking for people who don't live in the neighborhood. Via having basically parking permits. And it varies in terms of the amount. Last term, I think there was a proposal to have a very modest rate for people who are on lower income. But basically, what is your response to that idea as a way to control parking and make sure that there are spaces for the people who actually live in the neighborhood?
So I think that it is. I think I see that quite often around Vancouver, and that would be. Sorry, is this for around the streets in the area, or
Yeah, correct. It doesn't happen there, but it happens in other neighborhoods.
Yeah.
But I'm just wondering how you would feel if that was proposed as a possible solution to parking problems of like too many people parking who don't even live in the neighborhood.
Yeah, I think that would be, that's exactly what, actually, that's, if it wasn't happening, we as the neighborhood, were gonna push it, which is to basically permit the whole area. So yeah, we are in support of that. A lot of the times, we're finding that we're getting people parking there outside of rush hour and outside of usual times, which is why we're, like, we just have to park 2 or 3 blocks away from our own homes. And that's, yeah, so I would be in support of that.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate your answer, and thanks for coming.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Should I? Okay.
The next speaker we have is speaker number 27, Gregory Cully.
Yeah, hi. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Gregory Cully, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. I live within 2 blocks of the site in question, and I wish to express my opposition to the rezoning proposal. I would first like to express my support for the identification of this site as apt for a housing project, especially given its unique positioning as a way to avoid displacing any current residents. I also appreciate that some thoughtfulness has been given to responding to the site's context. The major exception to this thoughtfulness is with regards to the height of this tower at 24 stories. While the Broadway plan provides for maximum heights of 25 stories and 8.5 FSR in Mount Pleasant Center Area C, the site in question is at the very periphery of the Broadway plan's designated area and sets a problematic precedent along this corridor. If the Broadway plan is primarily a response to the Broadway subway project and tower heights and densities are in response to this project, the most reasonable planning approach would be to specify diminishing heights as distance from transit stations increases. As a point of comparison, the site sits outside of the provincial government TOA framework's further specified 800-meter radius from transit stations, which calls for densities starting at 8 stories. While I appreciate the differences between provincial and municipal policies and priorities, I believe that this highlights a wide gulf in scale, a gulf already emphasized by the drastic difference in scale between this project and the existing context as detailed by previous speakers. A shorter building would additionally mitigate the impacts of shadow on Robson Park, and ideally lessen the impacts of Macaulay Park, which currently would be completely cast in shadow around the equinoxes each year. Finally, I'd like to add my concern to the previous comments made regarding the complications this site may pose with regards to construction safety, the lack of existing or planned infrastructure, and the logistics of the parking elevator's potential impacts on the already problematic traffic patterns at the intersection in question. These issues are only exacerbated by increased height. These concerns have not been adequately addressed in the rezoning application, and I believe they should be reconciled before Council proceeds to approve the proposal. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you very much. The next speaker we have is speaker number 28, John Burke. John, are you on the line?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm calling to support the proposed development at Fraser and Kingsway. In my opinion, this is an easy decision. There's going to be hundreds of new homes where there are currently none, including homes for families and below market homes. So there's no displacement. The new project will improve the commercial character, building on the sort of ideal conditions along East 15th and the nice developing strip up Fraser to the south. The publicly accessible open space at street level is great, especially considering there's a parking lot there right now. I heard an earlier speaker concerned about traffic backing up along Kingsway. Well, that's because of that existing parking lot. So this is a nice solution. This sort of development can actually improve the conditions. It's Broadway plan compliant. So I think it's important to recognize that the Broadway plan took a lot of effort from community members like myself and from staff to develop. It's recent. We should use it. Yeah, I hope you guys agree. So thanks very much.
Great, thank you very much. The next speaker we have is speaker number 29, Nell Pauline Velma.
Hello, good evening. My name is Nell Pauline Velma. I'm a resident of Vancouver and I'm opposed to the rezoning. with already high buildings up to 17 floors along Kingsway that have been and are being built in this area. This one is 7 floors higher even. These kind of changes have a huge impact on a neighborhood that traditionally provided the cheaper rentals that the city of Vancouver needs more of. Buildings that are being built are, because of the high costs, are going to be at best market value, which doesn't stand for affordable. How can someone at minimum income pay for living here? They can't. The gap between poor and rich is growing and the middle will disappear. This means that low-income renters as well as small businesses won't be able to stay. It becomes unaffordable and the neighborhood variety will be replaced by soulless cookie-cutter streets. There are more ways to solve a problem, is what I was brought up with, and my parents also taught me to think before doing and while doing, keep thinking. In other words, to anticipate problems and prepare for the necessary change. The electrical grid is already becoming fragile. With the enormous amount of extra demand, it will cause serious problems. A specialist view on this in Shorting the Grid by Meredith Angwin gives great insights. The transportation problem from both public transport angle as well as cars is something that we ignore at our peril. Just like NIMBYs, it's easy to tell someone else to take public transport or go by bike, but most people still have, if not need, a car to be able to make a living, go to appointments and whatnot. Is this taken into consideration? I'm not sure it has been, really. Why can't we start using all those empty, unaffordable spaces on ground level that are still being planned for businesses that cannot afford them because of the enormously high property taxes, change the use to housing? It also means the streets aren't so scarily empty at night that nobody dares go there anymore. I'm worried our city will be disconnecting from everything it became so beloved for, its unassuming yet friendly character. Lasting, or not lasting, but this is a request from a friend of mine here in the hood who sat through all of Tuesday's evening's hearings and couldn't make it tonight. Could you just add for me that I think the City Council has the opportunity to make a beautiful city that can integrate multi-dwelling structures to blend well with our current city's character to densify, unquote. And I appreciate how difficult it is to make everyone happy. I only ask for a less aggressive approach that leaves the city of people and not only for big incomes and big stores. Let me end with another one of these thoughts that I was brought up with. Who doesn't value the small isn't worthy of the big. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you very much, Nell. And I think we may have caller 19, Mark Boardman.
Yes, Mayor, we have 2 callers on the line that were missed. I think the first one was caller 17.
Caller 17, Sonia,
Yes, yeah.
please go ahead.
So good evening, everyone. So my name is Tanya Flodorovich, and I'm the Executive Director at Mount Pleasant Family Center Society. So our family center is located in Robson Park, just 6 minutes walk from this new development. And since 1976, our society has offered various programs and services for families with young children, including drop-in programs, parenting workshops, as well as early years refugee programs. So our team supports this project and these new rental homes to our neighborhood because we see on a daily basis that there is a need for more homes, especially affordable ones, as well as small businesses in this area, and we hope that that will be kind of kept. And we like that 35% of the homes will be family-orientated, and as well as 20% of the floor area will be secured for below-market rental units. And we all know that it's really important to have that. And I was told, I think that there is really great idea that there will be shared balconies as well as publicly accessible plaza over there to foster all these community connections and ties that are so important for residents. So we look forward to welcoming new families in our family center, but we also hope that the city will take care of the infrastructure that is very important. So, yeah. So thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much, Sonia. And then speaker number 19, I believe, Mark Boardman. Are you on the line?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Great. Hello, council members. My name is Mark Woodham, and I'm the founder of Mini Village. We foster community connections and multi-unit residents in Vancouver. We help focus on vertical neighborhoods. We think about shared spaces and thoughtful design to build stronger connections and a sense of belonging among residents. So we really focus on the people, how they feel where they live, and for the years to come. In terms of the structure and the spaces in 701 Kingsway project, I do support the way it's been designed in terms of the community connectivity between residents. There's a good combination of shared spaces and mixed-use amenities here, and that's a strong foundation for a neighborhood addressing isolation and encouraging resident interaction. And there are a few points that stuck out to me when I thought about this building from a community building perspective. There are shared balconies across floors. There offers natural spaces for neighbors to connect informally. These are semi-private, and these are areas that are perfect for casual conversations and neighborly interactions. And these kind of low-stakes, easy encounters are really important to build familiarity and trust, which are really important for true communities to develop. According to many studies, for example, by Hey Neighbor Collective in Vancouver, residents in multi-unit buildings with shared spaces and community activities are twice as likely to know their neighbors and feel a strong sense of belonging, and they tend to stay. There's plenty of really good rooftop spaces and amenities. These are really good for larger community events, and this is really the social heart of the building, allowing the residents to connect in ways that feel natural and unforced. And these play a crucial role in reducing feelings of isolation, especially in high-density settings like this one. There's another research organization in Vancouver called Happy Cities, and they report that residents in buildings with well-designed shared amenity spaces experience a 20% boost in happiness and mental health outcomes compared to those without spaces. And by supporting these spontaneous gatherings, rooftop areas reduce isolation. There's also plenty of ground level and level 2 commercial spaces, and these mixed-use kind of building spaces serve residents and the supporting neighborhood. This mix of private and public interactions draws the community into the building and gives residents convenient access to services, which fosters interactions between residents inside the building. Could be a really good community hub, connecting residents to their neighbors and a bridge to the surrounding community. There is 20% below market allocation in the building, which is fairly common. And by blending residential and commercial spaces within a high-density structure, this building will foster a sense of accessibility and connectivity, density done right. We kind of recommend that it's a model. This building, 701 Kingsway, is a model of community-focused design. It's got shared balconies, rooftop amenities, and accessible commercial spaces, which promote social connection and resident well-being. We would just encourage the spaces to be used well for community programs and activities, workshops, resident-organized activities, and to form partnerships with local businesses and shops, and to really support resident-led initiatives. And it has a real potential to foster a more connected, supportive community. Thanks so much.
Great, thank you very much. Clerk, do we have anyone else on the line there? Okay, so now this is the third and final call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106144 # before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X, made available on the live stream. Any speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium. So we are now going to take a 5-minute recess and wait for any additional speakers.
Good luck. Hi there. I am just
And Councillor Carr, are you with us? Great, thank you very much. Clerk, did we need a few more minutes to decipher if the calls are for?
Yes, Mayor. Our phone lines, we're getting an influx of calls, and we're needing to sort out for which item they are and determine if there's any more for this item. So we may need another minute or two.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Thank you everyone for being patient. So Clerk, do we have any calls related to this item here?
Yes.
Okay. There we go. Okay. The next caller we have is caller number 30, Simon Fuller. Simon, if you could please state if you're a resident of Vancouver and if you are for or against the proposal. Simon, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, confirm that I am a resident of Vancouver and I am in full support of the project.
Yeah, and please go ahead.
Do I have a few minutes here? Yeah, okay, great. So just good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for taking the time to address the project and follow up from Tuesday's meeting. As I mentioned, my name is Simon. I'm here in support of the application. I live in the neighborhood and have since 2011. I'm excited that the developer is supporting the area while also adding much needed housing. When I first joined the neighborhood, it was in a purpose-built rental similar to this that allowed for people from all different backgrounds access to housing. Additional housing, rental or otherwise, contributes to the vibrancy of the area and the city. I've heard complaints about traffic, which seems somewhat unfounded given they exist today, and the current parking lot causes most of the bottlenecks that we see today. The project is on the corner of two busy roads, which should be the focus of any traffic discussions rather than one-way side streets. The subject project provides secured rental homes as well as means for renters will have more certainty and won't be subject to eviction on the whims of landlords, as well as other important issues providing additional supply. Premier Eby said himself that we don't have a demand issue for housing, we have a supply issue which this project addresses directly. Based on my research and homework, the developer has a proven track record of constructing, owning, and operating quality and well-designed buildings, which make them a great candidate to transform this prominent corner of a small, challenging parking lot and one-story businesses into a vibrant community of over 200 households with additional shops and services. To me, this project fulfills various needs of the neighborhood, and I hope you agree. Please vote yes. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much, Simon. The next speaker we have is speaker number 31, Blair Smith. Blair, if you can please let us know if you are a resident of Vancouver and if you are for or against the proposal, that'd be great. Blair, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Me now? Perfect. My name is Blair Smith. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm overwhelmingly in support of this project. Sorry to be one of the many speakers here today. I know that you're going to be here late with all your proposals, and this process is clearly a little broken, so I'll try to be quick with my words and hope I represent the folks that can't come every night and sit through all of this. I used to live in Mount Pleasant. I now live down the road in Kensington, just down Kingsway, actually. So I still come to this plaza regularly. Typically, I bike there to get a burrito from Sally the Mon or some pizza. And so it's a place that I go to a lot. And it's a place I went to a lot before I got priced out of the neighborhood, too. It is, I remember one trip I went, it was the middle of COVID, so they were doing like a counter where you could get your burrito and eat it somewhere else. And I went to this park on the other side of the road that's kind of in between two arterials that someone talked about there being shadows. It was really hot. There was no shadows that day. I really wish there was because we were baking as we sat there trying to eat our burritos with arterial traffic beside us. So the plaza that's in this building where you have all the seating that's publicly accessible will make this neighborhood so much better, whether it's getting pho down the road, whether it's getting a burrito from a burrito shop in this building. I think that will really serve the public benefit, having a shaded place kind of tucked away. So I'm really excited about that. And I'm excited about the residential rental housing that is being proposed that will add to the neighborhood and really help the businesses on Kingsway who have been kind of struggling when it comes to folks walking up to their shops. I go into a lot of them. There's not many people around. We know there's no parking in a lot of these places just because there's too many people driving around. So this will allow people to, walk from their building to those shops and help to revitalize the neighborhood a bit with foot traffic. Something that I found really cool was the parking elevator. It's a great, unique solution to solving a tight problem. And, the current parking lot's really dangerous. As I said, normally bike there. There's nowhere to park your bike in the current parking lot. And also the cars often don't look for you. So replacing it with something a little better and this unique solution will help out for the residential parking. And most of the people coming to this plaza are not driving today. So I would imagine it's going to be the same later. Something that it will also do, I think there's a lot of people saying, 60 cars coming out of this elevator. I think something really important to think about is that actually creates a little bit of friction to driving. And that friction will make people think, it's going to take me that time to get it out of the basement. Maybe I'll just walk. Maybe I'll just bike. Maybe I'll take the bus. So that friction is something in behavior change that's really important for those few people in this building, honestly, who are going to have cars. From the data, we see that not many renters do have cars. And those that do, it will make them think twice a little bit about driving down to that McDonald's. And maybe they'll just go walk or bike or take the frequent transit. There was a lot of comments about the frequent transit network and the SkyTrain being kind of far away. And I think that's really forgetting that the backbone of our transportation system is really our buses. And I live in Vancouver. I take the bus all the time because it's quicker than my car in some cases to get places on transit, and the buses will get me to the SkyTrain just as effectively. This is on the corner of two frequent transit routes, both trolley bus routes. In some cities that have trolley buses, they consider that a place where you want to put TOD because it's a permanent transit line with permanent infrastructure. And those routes go all night, so it actually will see better transit service at 3 a.m. for the worker that needs to go to the factory or someone coming home from Granville. They'll be able to get to this place better than some SkyTrain stations in the city that don't have the night bus access at that time of night. So really great for those people to live in this building. It did sound like there is a lot of, and I know for a fact there's a lot of issues with these streets. This building is actually going to help a lot by removing that parking lot, as I said. But it does sound like those are concerns that the city does need to address, and this development will help to address that and kind of give more voices for folks to help think of new, unique solutions to solving that when they move into the community. And so that's kind of for all those things for the housing that we so desperately need. This is something that I really support, and I hope that you support it too. Thanks for listening to me, and have a great rest of your night.
Great, thank you very much. The next speaker is Bobo Irish.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, my voice is a little bit off, but problem with the public hearings over 2 nights is sicknesses pop up. Mayor and Council, thanks so much for listening to me. My name is Bobo Irish. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm also strongly in support of this proposal. I live in Mount Pleasant, about 3 blocks away, a diagonal from this proposal, and I think it's much needed, not just in terms of the housing, but the overall focus on what we're doing on Kingsway. If we go, Kingsway is the only diagonal street in the city, and if you go along Kingsway, I think what we see is there are areas of Kingsway that are really exciting and really vibrant, and there are areas that are just not, and in part because there just is not enough housing around it, but there also isn't the streetscape around Kingsway of having an exciting and thriving city and street. So particularly in this area, I think this is something that's going to be really, really useful. I think the previous speakers sort of took a lot of my points that I wanted to make about the parking lot and the implications that parking lot has on sort of traffic on the street. But the addition of new housing, especially near a lot of the new businesses that can be on the ground floor and the businesses and around that area, I think is going to be really exciting. I wanted to draw attention to the fact I was looking at the ICDC stats from between 2019 and 2023. There were 134 collisions at the corner of Fraser and Kingsway that resulted in casualties. I don't know the extent to which of those injuries, but I think this is more just a reflection of the overall issues that we have on our transportation system, where we prioritize a lot of vehicle traffic, especially on our arterials, and as we continue to densify them, both with more housing but also with destinations, whether that's commercial spaces or sort of other social infrastructure, we end up introducing more conflict between people and drivers than would otherwise occur. And so I'm hoping that part of what we'll see with this redevelopment is a greater focus on the pedestrian safety, but also the people-centered services and experience on streets that aren't downtown, right? So that means Fraser, that means Kingsway, that means Maine, all those other areas. Specifically, one of the things I was noticing when I was listening to a lot of the opposition speakers is that there are always reasons for developments not to happen nearby. There's some inconvenience, whether it's parking, whether it's shadows, the removal of a laundromat, whatever. But those arguments exist everywhere, right? Unless you're talking about building in some greenfield. But if you build it in a greenfield, then it's not near anything. It also means that you lose out on that greenfield development. So we need to consider that, and that's one of the reasons why I'm hoping that you will vote in favor. But the other aspect that I think we kind of miss out on is that a lot of the opposition to that has sort of popped up around the Broadway plan is this sort of fear of dem evictions, right, and people being being evicted from their homes for new housing that's sorely needed. And so I think what should be noted about this project specifically is that yes, businesses are going to be moving going to be moved out, but there is no eviction of people. There's no eviction of renters. There are no people who are going to have to struggle to find new housing. And in fact, by producing this new housing, and this is all a net gain on housing, we're going to make it easier for more people to live here. So you might be hearing from me on some of the other issues. I will sign off on that, and I will listen in for the rest of the evening. Thanks so much.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 33, Joan Jacquard. Joan, are you there?
Hello?
Hi, please go ahead. Oh, sorry, are you a resident of Vancouver? And if you can state whether or not you're for or against the proposal.
Yes, my name's Joan Jacquard. I am a resident of Vancouver, and I'm opposed to this project. Previous speakers, many who intimately know this intersection, this neighborhood, have raised very valid points about some of the technical issues, the traffic congestion, the access that this proposal will present. And I don't believe the applicants have fully addressed this. I won't speak more on that because those points have been very validly made. I've become much more aware of this intersection as my daughter lives about 3 blocks from there. They and other community people enjoy the amenities of the commercial strip there with, not on this site, but just to the west, with the many cafes, coffee shops, businesses there. This huge, out of scale proposal will seriously impact the essence of that sense of community, which is a vital part of that Fraserhood neighborhood, as well as the existing businesses on the site, which also are very valued and will be displaced if not permanently, temporarily if not permanently. Also, the issues about shadowing, as has been pointed out by Bohus earlier on. I'm concerned about the city embracing the Broadway plan and yet allowing violations of the plan in terms of shadowing and other aspects. This does not comply with the Broadway plan, so I'm very concerned about the city's actions and policies on that. I'm also concerned why there's so few councillors in the chamber there to hear us, unless they're all listening comfortably from home. I don't think I have anything else to add. I mean, there's lots to add. In terms of rejecting this proposal, it's way out of scale on a very confined site. The traffic and access are very real issues that I think that should be looked at. And also the speaker earlier who came in with his yardstick is showing the scale of this, way out of scale with even other high-rises on the Kingsway corridor. And the fact that this is really on the fringe of the Broadway plan scope, it's very inappropriate. Also, the fallacy that building more towers is going to address our affordable housing situation. We have an affordable housing crisis, not a housing crisis, and the meager 20% of below market, even that, as many studies have shown, is not affordable for the mainstream of Vancouver population. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker we have is speaker number 34, Jack Rowdy. Jack, if you could please let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver and if you are for or against the proposal.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. Yeah, I'm definitely for support of the Kingsway plan, and I'm a barber in the local area, and I feel like that more housing means more people, and it'd be good for businesses in the surrounding areas. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 5, Betty Ashley. Betty, if you can let us know if you are a resident of Vancouver and if you are for or against the motion, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. My name is Betty Ashley, and we are a homeowner in the Cedar Cottage area. We have a detached house, and we do oppose the rezoning to 25 stories on the corner of Fraser and Kingsway. We do agree that that it does need to be developed, but 25 stories is a little too high. Bit of a monolith in a residential neighborhood. Already when we walk out the door, we see the recent 15-story building on the corner of Kingsway and Glen Street, which is pretty close to the elementary school there. And already our privacy is a little question when you can see the people on the balcony, etc. And that would only be worse with a 25-story building. Traffic is a big thing, and also I wonder if there's that, some people call it Brewers Creek, some people call it Potter's Creek, other people call it St. George Waterway, where the streets from approximately Sophia are 1 block east of Main Street, all the way to 1 block east of Fraser, and then from the corner of 16th down to Kingsway, the roads are pretty much undrivable. They're all sinking because of this creek, and I know the building, a relatively new building on the corner of Fraser and 20th, they have a huge hole there that has not been covered or filled because of this. So I'm wondering if this has been addressed with the developers and taken into consideration. And I think that riding my bike around the city, there's so many beautiful 3 to 5 story walk-ups and townhomes and row houses, even some being developed right now on 2nd, close to where Fraser would be if it went down 2nd. And they just look lovely, and I think something like that would lend for more community spirit and as well blend the vibrancy of the city and allow people to see the mountains, because really that's why we live here. And thank you for your consideration, and have a good night.
Thank you very much. The next speaker we have is speaker number 36, Eric Friedoth. Eric, if you can let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver and if you are for or against the proposal, please.
I am a resident of Vancouver, and I am for the proposal.
Please go ahead.
Yep, Mayor and Councilors, my name is Eric, and I'd like to offer my support to this proposal. I think that it makes sense to add homes to this location, especially since the new Mount Pleasant SkyTrain station will be within 15 minutes walk. Densification is the best way to use what little land we have in Vancouver, and we have a chance to generate 200 new rental homes without the displacement of existing rental stock. I appreciate the opportunity to add my voice to this discussion tonight. I hope you will vote in support of this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 37, Robert Keegan. Robert, if you can please let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver and if you are for or against the proposal.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Robert Keegan. I am in full support of the project. I'm a renter in Vancouver, and I think more rental housing is definitely needed. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 38, Pia Montez. Pia, if you can let us know if you are a resident of Vancouver and if you are for or against the proposal, please.
Hello. I am a resident of Vancouver and I am in support of this project. Thank you for the opportunity to offer a comment on this rezoning application. Simply put, we do need more rental housing in Vancouver, which will bring down the rental rates. This project is a rare opportunity to build new homes without tearing down any existing housing. I truly believe that this is a great location, and it makes sense that more people should be able to live in places that are convenient and close to transit, so they can shorten their commute or even be able to walk or cycle to work. Lastly, I think the building design is very attractive. So thank you very much for taking the time to listen, and I hope you will approve this project.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is speaker number 39, and it's written here, Judas. Is it Judas Hampton?
It's Justice Hampton.
Yeah, okay. We're missing
But I'll go by Judas, that's fine, man. No worries. Yeah. It's all good. Well, my name is Justice Hampton. I am a resident of Vancouver, and I'm calling in support of this development. I wanted to echo the sentiments of a previous caller, just the ability to add 200 new housing units where there aren't any without displacing any fellow Vancouver residents, I think is a big plus. I also want to reiterate an earlier comment as well about the idea of just that it's a kilometer away from the train station doesn't mean that it's still not able to take advantage of like mass transit, particularly bus lines. So I think that's a plus. And this idea of enhanced densification in the city, I think, is definitely going to be helpful for us. And I definitely strongly support the project, and I'm happy to lend my voice of support. And I hope that the council votes accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Justice. The next speaker is speaker number 40, Daniel Holloway. Daniel, if you can please let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver and if you are in support or opposed to the motion.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Sorry, I'm at the hockey game. Sorry. Yes, I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm in support of this project. There's a parking lot there, and I think we should replace it with people. But that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 41, Mark McLennan. Mark, if you can please let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver and if you are for or against the proposal.
I am a resident of Vancouver, and I am for the proposal with limitations.
Okay.
I'll just begin by saying I heard, I think, speaker number 5, who pointedly said about the concerns on the land. We're on a marsh over there, and there's a lot of unknowns that could happen with a marsh in that particular area. And so if there's an earthquake or whatever, where's that building going to go when it topples one way or another? The second concern I would have is the height of the building. And the height is quite large, 200 units, and it will cast quite a shadow. So I'm wondering about a shadow tax for the neighborhood. You know, when somebody is in a neighborhood where they have a bunch of units looking down into them, maybe they should have a little bonus to their taxation, because what's happening is the city is actually accumulating tax based on the fact that the actual tax payable for that land is going to increase based on the number of units that are there. Maybe there's a little benefit that could be paid out to those residents that are affected. I appreciate the summer days are hot, but we have a lot of winter days and rainy days, and sun is a valuable prospect for what we have here on our coastal town. And Mount Pleasant is filled with kids, it's filled with community, it's artists, it's people riding on their bicycles with yellow helmets that are from international countries picking up bottles, and they are part of the community. I am very much in support of maintaining a feel of community in Mount Pleasant. And Mount Pleasant is special. It has a unique viability with the faux bourgeois and our Lion's Den and the little park that's there that the Vietnamese come in and do their yearly parades and commemorations. And so we have something really special, and it's very soft, and it's spoken gently, and it's a lot of people that just want to see a nice environment around us. And I'm concerned about parking because the density has increased, of course, in this neighborhood. And what used to be old character homes and fields and apple orchards and so on are now beautiful character homes that are now packed full of people because they've been developed as well, and now there's several units, and these people are now trying to find parking. And so if we're going to build something, let's make sure that there's some parking for people to go shopping. Let's make sure that people can go somewhere to park their cars as opposed to on a one-way street on, say, 14th, for example, where there's only parking on one side of the street and it's always full. So maybe we need to think not as high, not as dense, and maybe a little bit more parking. And let's try to consider our neighbors in a way that Mount Pleasant is so well known for. It's the community, it's the bike rider with the yellow helmet who's from Asia, who collects those bottles and cans and says hello to the neighbors. And I want to keep that community alive and well. And Mayor Sim, I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is speaker number 42, Avian Leitner. Avian, if you can please let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver and if you are for or against the proposal.
Yes, thanks very much. I am a resident of Vancouver, and I'm definitely for the proposal. I think there's a variety of factors, and I've kind of listened to all the speakers here and some good points. I think, what it really boils down to for me is starting with the designation. This site is designated for high density in the Broadway plan, so it's kind of doing exactly what's meant to happen, kind of the long-term build-out for this property and the surrounding area. And I think the biggest thing for me is that it's just fantastic to have 200 rental homes being built when we sorely need them. I think it was a day or two ago, there was an article out about our housing targets in Vancouver, and I think council was reporting or getting a report from staff on how we're doing well on condos, but we're maybe just breaking or hitting the mark on rental, but we're way behind on below market rental, and it's going to require billions of dollars from federal or provincial money, and here we have an applicant who's willing to provide it. So I think that's a big win, and I think we have to look for those big wins, and one of the biggest challenges we have in the city is providing affordable housing, so I'm a big supporter of that. I also like the fact that in providing the affordable housing and the rental housing, that they're not displacing any existing tenants. I know it's a sensitive issue for a lot of people, and I think that's a big win for this site. People have touched on the urban design and the connectivity of the amenities, so I won't go on too much about that. But I do think that one of the things I've heard is how important some of the traffic concerns are. And I go to this retail plaza quite a bit, and it's a real challenge. It's dangerous. Like I park a couple blocks away because the right-in, right-outs on Kingsway and Fraser are they're tricky. And I actually think that the new design of the retail plaza is going to be better and it's going to be safer, and it's going to be better for the overall community, because it's promoting walkability and that connection to transit. And similar to some of the previous speakers, I think you're actually going to see more and more people not driving because we've got better transit. Even the speaker before me noted, we want to see more people on bikes, like that's happening with the city's bike lane policy. So I think this project does a really good job of kind of hitting on a lot of the policies that I read about and hear about from council, and I'm a big supporter. So thank you for your time.
Great, thank you very much. And Clerk, do we know about callers 43 and 44?
Let me just double check, Mary. Sorry for the delay, Mayor. We're just confirming. It would appear that's the end of the speakers for item number 5.
Okay. Seeing that there are no additional speakers, the speakers list is now closed. Seeing that there are little or no public comments received after 5 p.m., I'm also now closing the receipt of public documents. Does the applicant have any closing comments?
No, Mayor and Council, thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much. Do our team members have any closing comments?
Staff have no closing comments.
Great. Now, so I just want to put it out there. Council may choose to defer decision to the November 26th meeting to ensure that we can hear from all speakers for this, for all items tonight. And I bring that up because I want to be very respectful of all the individuals in the community that have come out. A few nights ago, they waited here 4 hours. They've already waited here another 2.5 hours, and we may have to go in, defer them again. So I'll leave that up to council if they want to move a motion. And I have Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, you're on the queue.
Thanks, Mayor. I wasn't prepared to move a motion. I didn't know that that was an option. I thought we were going to continue with the item, so I have questions to staff. I can hold on that if there's other discussion first, and I'll come back on the queue.
Okay. Councillor Montague?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm just looking at the speakers list as well, and we've got probably another 3 hours or so of speakers. I think I'd be happy to move a motion to defer debate and decision to council so that we can hear all the speakers for the remaining items.
Okay. Do we, okay, so Councillor Joe seconded, and then.
Yeah, it's Councillor Carr again. I have a question about that. So point of procedure. So at what point do we ask questions of staff arising from listening to the speakers? Is it now, or would it be at the delayed date?
It would be at a delayed date.
So in other words, it wouldn't just be debate and decision, it would be questions to staff. So summary comments by staff and by the applicant, questions to staff, and debate decision then.
Yeah, so it'd be questions to our team members, staff, yeah.
Yes.
And then it would be debate and decision.
Okay, I'm clear, thank you.
Yeah, and so we'll have an opportunity to ask the applicant for closing comments. As no, I mean for the next ones. Yes, for the next ones. Yes, that way we won't keep the applicants here tied up for another week. Okay, so Councillor Carr, does that answer your question?
It does, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so seeing no one else on the queue, if we want to put the motion to a vote.
And just for clarity, Mayor Sim, we did put it on the screen so that you can see what the motion is, so everybody's clear.
I can't see that, so if someone could read, sorry, if Councillor Carr here, just point of procedure, if you could read that out to me, thank you.
Yes, it says that council refer questions to staff and debate and decision on item number 5, CD1, rezoning 701 Kingsway, to the council meeting of November 26, 2024 as unfinished business. Just wanted to make sure everybody's clear before we vote, Mayor. Is that good?
Good.
Okay. Would you like me to take it to a vote now?
Yes, please.
Okay.
All right, and that motion passes unanimously. Okay, so then Yes, the next item on the docket would be item number 6, CD-1 rezoning 2156 to 2174. Yes. Great. I just want to thank all the speakers for coming in on the last item.
Please remain on the line. The public hearing will be reconvening shortly. Thank you.
Is Councillor Carr? Okay. All right. Why don't we get started again? Okay, so we have quorum. The next item is item number 6, CD-1 rezoning 2156 to 2174 West 14th Avenue. Does any member of council wish to declare a conflict of interest on item number 6? Seeing none, the clerk will now read the application and summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by Haven Developments Ltd. to rezone 2156 to 2174 West 14th Avenue from RT7 Residential District to CD1 Comprehensive Development District. This is to permit the development of a 17-story mixed-use building containing 170 rental units, of which 20% of the residential floor area will be secured as below-market rental, and ground floor commercial space. A floor space ratio of 5.8 and a height of 56 meters with additional height for rooftop amenity space are proposed. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability recommends approval subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing: 266 pieces of correspondence in support, 144 pieces of correspondence in opposition, and 1 piece of correspondence that deals with other aspects of the application. And that represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Great, thank you very much. Now, this is the first call for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. Now, there will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be added to the end of the registered speakers list. This item has speakers registered, so we will proceed with the team member presentation, and we do have our team from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to present the application.
Under the Broadway plan. Staff would like to note a yellow memo is attached to this report. Action is required by Council on the memo to amend the rooftop amenity and mechanical equipment heights noted within the proposed draft CD1 bylaw. The site in red is located on West 14th Avenue between Arbutus and U Streets. The surrounding context consists of residential with commercial uses located along Arbutus Street to the east. The neighbourhood is undergoing significant change with the new Broadway subway line located to the north. The site currently consists of 1 single detached house and 2 duplexes. Within the 3 properties, 3 secondary rental units are eligible for tenant protection under the Tenant Relocation and Protection Policy. The site is well served by transit with the future Arbutus SkyTrain station, bus service and bikeways nearby. Several parks, schools, childcare facilities and community spaces are also located in the area. The properties are within the Tier 3 Arbutus SkyTrain Station TOA. The provincial TOA legislation contemplates up to 8 stories and 3 FSR within this area. Since the Broadway plan allows for more height and density, the legislation does not apply. The proposal is located in the Kitsilano South Area B sub-area of the Broadway plan. There is currently a maximum of 2 towers per block in this sub-area. The plan permits 18-story market rental buildings with 20% of the residential floor area secured at below market rates. The maximum density is 5.5 FSR. Minor increases in height and density can be considered for the delivery of ground level retail or service uses. This application for a 17-story mixed-use building with a 3-story podium was submitted in October 2023. The application proposes 170 rental units with 20% of the floor area secured at below market rates. The proposed height is 184 feet with a density of 5.8 FSR. A modest ground level commercial retail unit is also proposed, which allows for an additional 0.3 FSR to be considered. A key consideration of the plan is to ensure appropriate transitions between taller building forms and adjacent properties. In response to this, the proposal required design conditions to ensure a more contextual fit within the neighbourhood by shifting the tower position and further refining the podium design. Relocating the tower creates a 12-foot shoulder setback to the eastern neighbour, and refinements to the decorative framing along the front and side of the podium will help minimise the height and scale at the street level. This area allows for 4-storey podiums, however, the applicant's 3-storey podium better responds to the neighbourhood. Retention of the mature street trees helps maintain neighbourhood character, and there are conditions for new street lighting and a new sidewalk and laneway. Overall, with the inclusion of the design conditions, the proposed form of development is compliant with the plan. The proposal includes 170 rental units, with 20% of the residential floor area secured at below market rates. This table compares below market rents, and home ownership costs. As you can see, market rents in this area are generally more affordable than home ownership costs. A virtual Q&A period was held with 370 pieces of correspondence received. Comments of support were for the proposed density and proximity to a future SkyTrain station and the Arbutus Bikeway. The rental tenure and the below-market rental units were also appreciated by the public. Concerns were related to the height, density and massing, as it detracts from the neighbourhood character, and that redevelopment in the neighbourhood should be more gradual. Increased traffic, congestion and lack of parking were identified as concerns, and whether the proposal would overwhelm local amenities and infrastructure. Lastly, the neighbourhood strongly advocated for the retention of the mature street trees along West 14th Avenue. In response, staff note that the proposed height and density are consistent with the plan. Repositioning the tower further away from the neighbouring property and refining the podium design will help improve neighbourhood fit. The proposed 3-storey podium, as opposed to 4 storeys, is also more contextual to the surrounding area. Residential and commercial parking will be required to comply with the parking bylaw. The site is well served by public transit and bikeways, and staff expect to see an overall reduction in vehicle trips with the completion of the Broadway subway line. Engineering staff also determined there is capacity available within the local water, sanitary, and storm systems. In terms of addressing growth, future amenities will be delivered through the plan's public benefit strategy to address the renewal and growth needs of the plan area. Lastly, the proposal will be required to retain the existing street trees with setbacks to provide adequate space and soil volume to further support the trees. The public benefits are the secured market and below market rental housing. There is also a DCL and public art contribution estimated at over $1.8 million. The applicant is seeking a citywide DCL waiver valued at $2.5 million. The site was subject to a CAC review, and staff determined that the below market rental units offset the land lift and no further CAC is required. In conclusion, this proposal aligns with the Broadway plan and advances the city's rental housing targets by delivering 170 rental units with below market rental housing. Staff recommend approval subject to the conditions in Appendix B of the report. Staff and the applicant team are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Would the applicant team like to present the application if in attendance?
Good evening, staff, mayor, council. I'm Martin Rand from Hub Developments. We have no formal presentation, but we're here for any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from council to our team members or the applicant team, noting that this is the only opportunity for council to ask questions of the applicant? Seeing no one in the queue. Okay, so this is the second call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. Any speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium before the close of the speakers list. Now, speakers will have 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. So now we're going to hear from the public, and the first speaker we have is speaker number 1, Russell Wong.
Russell Wong. I'd like to speak in support of this application. Sorry, there's slides. I think it's, yes, thank you. This project will provide 170 new rental homes, including 35 roughly below market rentals, in a central neighborhood close to the SkyTrain at Broadway and Arbutus. There's minimal displacement because it's replacing single-family houses and duplexes instead of an existing apartment building. The current housing shortage is terrible for younger people and renters, but it's also bad for older homeowners. When younger people can't afford to live here, the healthcare system will be under increasing strain. Some people ask, why do we need high-rises? Location matters a lot. In a central location with easy access to lots of jobs within about a 30-minute commute, more people will want to live there and land values will be particularly high, so it makes sense to build taller buildings. It's common for opponents to say that they support more housing in principle, but they want to minimize change to their neighborhood. This is understandable, but it imposes tremendous costs on everyone else. It's like pushing down on a balloon. If they succeed in blocking this application, the people who would have lived there won't vanish into thin air. They'll end up competing with everyone else over the limited supply of existing housing, bidding up prices and asking rents. And it doesn't just affect renters who are looking for a place right now. Renters are terrified of losing their housing and facing a brutal rental market. And the higher asking rents go, the worse it gets. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 2 is Sharon Rublowski.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Sharon Rublowski. I have been a resident of Vancouver for 44 years, and I strongly oppose to a 17-story mid-block tower on West 14th. I live on the same block, 100 feet from the proposed rezoning. We have reviewed the opposing and support letters on your website. Out of 260 support letters, only 29 list the neighborhood as Kitsilano. It is obvious that developers that do not live in this neighborhood are adding support votes to this project. This decision should be based on the impact of the people that live there. You should check the addresses of the supporters before you vote. Some of the supporters do not even live in Vancouver. I have the count in Excel form if you want to add it to the file. I understand that more housing density is necessary. I am not opposed to construction that fits in and is considerate of our neighborhood. Safety is a major concern for all of us. On Halloween night, your home, Mayor Sim, was targeted by graffiti, and this was horrible, and I am sorry this happened to you and your family. You made this comment. A home is supposed to be a place where you feel safe, and when that is taken away, it is absolutely heartbreaking. Also, you stated that this only strengthens your commitment to making Vancouver a safer, more compassionate city, a place where everyone, no matter where they're from, can feel proud and safe in their community. The majority of people living in this neighborhood are seniors and young families, and we also want to feel safe in our community. Speeding and running stop signs is an increasing problem in this area. This has been reported to the police in the city numerous times and is a danger to children and all residents. More than doubling the population on this block is going to add increased traffic and the problems that go with it. Crane safety is a major issue. As you may have read, the city has experienced several recent accidents. This poses a threat to surrounding residents. The city should improve crane standards before even considering this tower in the middle of the block. I have already made several calls to the city about this with no response. The size of this structure and removal of trees will impact ground stability and drainage to the surrounding properties. Climate change has already demonstrated extreme weather is here to stay. The proposed tower has 170 rental units with only 84 parking spots and 313 bike spaces. Where will all the other tenants park? Parking is already scarce on West 14th. It rains 169 days on average yearly in Vancouver. I can see all these tenants riding bikes. This is Vancouver. People drive their cars when it rains. All of the new construction projects on Arbutus Street appear to be a maximum of 6 stories. This tower should be on a main thoroughfare and not mid-block in a quiet residential area. The excessive quantity of small rental units in this building shows that it has not been designed to meet the needs of young families. The plan does not have adequate ground level green space. The structure is overbuilt for the land size. Many trees have to be cut down to build this oversized tower. This will destroy many bird habitats, which we hope the city would protect. It would be appreciated if you would visit our neighborhood just to see the potential impact of this oversized project. It does not belong mid-block. We voted for you, Mayor and Council, hoping that you would have a more measured and considerate approach to development than the previous mayor. It is obvious to all of us that the Broadway plan is out of control and needs to be paused so that the speed of development can be orderly. This proposed tower is only about the tower. It does not integrate with the adjacent properties in any way. There is no need for retail space at ground level, as increased housing is supposed to be the objective. Our concerns are real. Please don't destroy our neighborhood with this oversized development. There are many more suitable locations and applications for towers. Again, I want to state, we know that developers that do not live in this neighborhood are adding support votes to this project. This decision should be based on the impact of the people that live here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in. The next speaker we have is speaker number 3, Karen Finnan.
Yeah, my name is Karen Finnan. I've lived in Kitsilano for 30 years, and I oppose the proposed rezoning. I also made written comments opposing the rezoning at 2175 West 7th Avenue for the same reasons I oppose the 14th Avenue rezoning. 680 rental units are currently being built at the southern end of Burrard Street Bridge. The Broadway plan allows for 30 to 40-story towers on main thoroughfares. I bet if you asked, every resident of this city would gladly accept towers lining arterial roads if it meant that residential streets were spared. Why doesn't the city first build out the arterial streets, including the 40-story towers permitted on Broadway from Night to U, and see how that and the 6,000 SNAC units coming online soon will impact housing demand and affordability in the neighborhoods adjacent to downtown? Reassess at that point to see if your plan for dealing with a housing shortage and affordability crisis has its intended benefit before you start building 15 to 20-story towers on 2-lane treed side streets. Many of the speakers you've heard from who support the various Broadway plan projects on the stated basis that we need affordable housing do so without regard to the fact that 80 to 90% of each of these projects will in fact be market rate housing. As of this past weekend, the new 1807 Larch project at West 7th, which promised with great fanfare affordable rental housing, but only delivered 14 below market units, has 21 of the 53 market rate units vacant 6 months after the project opened. Where is the supposed overwhelming demand for market rate units in Kits if one of the very first projects can only rent 60% of a measly 53 units in 6 months in the highly desirable North of 4th neighborhood? Tom Davidoff, an economist with the UBC Sauder School of Business and a prominent advisor for the province's current housing policies, told CBC's The Early Edition that 1807 Larch is a lesson that it may be too expensive to build new affordable housing in prime locations. He said, I quote, I think what this indicates is that maybe brand new buildings in an A-plus location isn't where you want to put your affordable units, because what people see is even if you spend a lot of money to subsidize for affordability, what you get is really not that affordable. It would be much more sensible to try to buy up older units or just give cash subsidies to low-income households so they can make rent work, unquote. It defies logic to build housing that people can't afford to rent. What young person or senior wants or can afford to spend $2,700 a month on a tiny studio apartment? That's why Larch and Second sits half empty. But the city's not taking any lessons from that. If you can't rent just 53 market rate units in Kits, how are you going to rent the thousands of other market rate units that you are justifying in the name of getting just 10 to 20% of that in affordable units. Housing advocate Russell Wong told you on November 12th that towers should be built on side streets because that land is more valuable than land facing the arterial roads. But isn't that exactly the argument why affordable housing should not be built on side streets? Perhaps the developer could include more than just 10 to 20% affordable units with the land cost saved by building on an arterial street. If councillors are comforted by rubber stamping the West 14th rezoning by the large number of online comments in support, I ask that you go on Reddit and see the call to action by Russell Wong asking that anyone and everyone, regardless of where they live or their knowledge of the project, write in with the one-liner, "I support this rezoning, we need more housing." That's why you see a late surge of comments in support of this rezoning, and the previous speaker also noted this. I know you will approve this rezoning because you approve every residential tower that comes before you as part of the Broadway plan. I've noticed Tuesday night and tonight that the developers don't even bother to put together a presentation at the rezoning hearing because they know you'll approve the rezoning after they do no more than introduce themselves. City staff filibusters council's questions with complete bafflegab until the allotted time of the questioner expires with no meaningful answer having been provided. I saw that on Tuesday with respect to the West 10th rezoning, and the same tactic was employed at the West 7th and Arbutus rezoning for supportive housing. If cornered, the fallback answer of city staff is always, there will be an opportunity at the development permit stage to fix important issues. Responsive answers need to be provided before the project even gets to the rezoning hearing in the referral report to council, failing which the matter should be referred back to staff, not proceed to a rezoning vote. Be aware that the reason that you only see a handful of citizens still coming to speak up to oppose Broadway plan projects is your consistent disregard for community input over the past 2 years. People give up when they feel they have no voice in the planning of their neighborhood. Why would people spend their evenings, hours, attending rezoning hearings when they know their opinion will fall
Karen,
on deaf ears?
I'm sorry, we're at time.
Yeah, I would just like to say, you can cut me off if you want, I think it's appalling that 5 councillors who are paid by the taxpayers did not show up tonight.
Sorry, Karen, we're at time. Thank you very much. The next speaker we have is speaker number 4, Sean McEwen.
Thank you, Mayor Sim and councillors. In the not too recent past, the city used to collaborate with residents to create new neighborhood plans to shape new developments in their communities. One example in the close vicinity of the subject site was the Arbutus Lands Plan. I was one of many residents in East Kitsilano who collaborated with city staffers to shape what has been called one of the best expressions of ground-oriented, medium-density new urbanism in North America. This is what the city had to say at the time in its publication, Vancouver's New Neighborhoods, Achievements in Planning and Urban Design. The Arbutus neighborhood admirably demonstrates many urban design strategies for successfully intensifying a residential neighborhood without detracting from its pre-existing character and qualities. The plan benefited from a meaningful and patient process of comprehensive planning that has balanced the range of stakeholder interests. How things have changed. Rather than being involved as a collaborative partner in local area planning, it's so much more expedient now for some planners and politicians at the provincial and civic levels to view residents as obstructionist NIMBYs whose concerns must be swept aside in order to achieve progress in the brave new world. However, the subject rezoning at 14th and U is anything but the embodiment of a progressive achievement in city planning. It's a ham-fisted development proposal crudely responding to the work of transit and land use planners, whose singular planning methodology with the Broadway plan is to draw a circle around a subway station and mandate a tower on a podium form of development within the circle to achieve what are seen as appropriate high-density housing targets. This is a one-trick pony style of city planning that sets out that a high-density tower with mainly small units on a podium form must be the prevailing standard. For the subject rezoning site, this means 7 times the height and 10 times the floor space density as its neighbors in the existing duplex zone, a neighborhood characterized by mature street trees and well-kept gardens and a variety of housing types in renovated, older, well-maintained buildings. This type of planning sets out that existing residents are expendable and must be moved along by allowing starkly incompatible higher density developments next door in a neighborhood with many quality heritage buildings and a variety of already affordable rental suites. This is blockbusting at a neighborhood scale, and it's profoundly unneighborly and an exceedingly poor example of how to densify a city. So I suggest an alternate strategy, one rooted in our city's long-standing culture of city planning and development. Before the recent provincial and civic regimes jettisoned all faith in the local citizenry being able to contribute positively to the local area planning process. This, of course, would be a contextual approach, respecting existing built and social assets and preparing plans that foster a wide range of housing types and income levels and include a strong percentage of family housing units. Utilizing inclusionary zoning ideas, this strategy would set out retaining significant heritage resources and incorporating these with larger infill ground-oriented apartment structures up to 6 stories, and providing opportunities for small neighborhood-oriented amenities like corner sitting plazas or children's play areas. An example of this kind of development in Kitts is Kitsilano Neighborhood House, with its pocket park, corner sitting area, retention of heritage structures, and new housing units for low-income seniors. Tellingly, this project is wood frame construction, more sustainable and of less construction costs than 17-story concrete towers with high site coverage. And providing for more permeable ground site area, a project like Kitts House makes far less demands on stretched city servicing and infrastructure. In conclusion, my request to you, Mayor and Council, is that you not allow this rezoning to proceed, and that you direct staff to engage with the local community to formulate more neighborhood-friendly developments to respond to housing intensification needs. I also suggest that you back off on how the whole Broadway plan is unfolding, which in reality is basically a land speculator's dream. With this flawed plan, you are facilitating a gold rush mentality that's driving land prices quickly into the stratosphere, an action that benefits the haves and the have-mores, and makes homeownership and renting just that much more out of reach for the many. The reality is that all these new Broadway plan developments meant to develop affordability will not achieve their goal, since market rents in new developments must be set at too high level for the average household income in our city to afford. And surely another effect will be higher land assessments and corresponding raising of property taxes, as people will be taxed on principles of highest and best use and air rights values, rather than what structures exist on their property. Like the mom and pop businesses that are being driven out of our local commercial areas, the average homeowner and tenant will be forced to choose to relocate out of their home neighborhoods because of property tax concerns.
I apologize, we're at time.
Yeah, that's fine. Mayor and Council, don't approve this rezoning proposal, and please look to back off the ill-conceived, blockbusting Broadway plan. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker we have is number 5, Robert Landolt. Is Robert here? That's Robert up there. Just give it one moment. No, that's not it. Okay. Oh, bless you. So speaker number 6 has withdrawn. Speaker number 7, Chris Stokes.
As mentioned, my name is Chris Stokes. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening, although I'm feeling like it may be falling on deaf ears. I certainly hope not. I am a resident of Vancouver. My wife and I actually live 2 blocks from the subject site in a half duplex. We own and reside at 15th and Vine. We are both adamantly opposed to this proposal and certainly hope my comments don't fall on deaf ears. Just for a bit of background on myself, I'm now retired. Having said that, I spent over 30 years working in the commercial real estate industry in Vancouver, and I was involved during that time in a number of large-scale office, industrial, retail, residential development projects, including rezoning and development permit applications. So I'm very familiar with this process. I also understand the motivation for speculative developers to increase the profitability of sites by increasing height and density, which is apparently what's going on to the detriment of our neighborhood. With respect to the neighborhood, we've lived at our current address for 4 years, but prior to that, lived in a quadplex at 14th and Maple. Both happen to be approximately 2 blocks away from the subject site. We lived there for almost 20 years. So I'm very familiar with this neighborhood. It's a great place to live currently. Beautiful tree-lined seats, lots of density in the neighborhood, primarily 1 to 2 or 3-story homes, most of which have already been duplex, triplexed, have lane houses or not. Having said that, I do understand that there is a motivation to increase density, particularly rental res, in proximity to transit. I would note that this is almost 5 to 6 blocks away from the proposed new transit station. And having said that, if I look at this density and height, it's just so obviously out of scale with the existing neighborhood at 17 stories, 170 units. Some of the people have already spoken to that element. And for that note, also totally out of scale with a number of other residential developments that are underway, corridors like Arbutus, Granville, Oak, Cambie. These streets are 4 to 6 lane streets. They're 4 to 6 story developments. And here we are on a very quiet 14th Avenue where you can barely have 2 cars pass by each other, proposing a 17-story building with 170 units. I'd also like to point out that opposition to this proposal is not just coming from our neighborhood. There was a recent article in the Vancouver Sun on October 18th, which included an interview with Michael Geller. I'm sure many of you in this room are familiar with him, a veteran Vancouver developer, planner, and retired architect. And if I may, I'd like to read a few excerpts from that article. This is Michael Geller speaking, quoted in the article. In principle, I advocate for higher density development close to public transit, Geller said, noting he is not overly concerned with tower proposals for the blocks immediately adjacent to Broadway Avenue. Instead, my concern relates to the high density 18 to 20-story buildings proposed along leafy, duplex-lined streets 4 or 5 blocks from Broadway in Mount Pleasant and Kitsilano. Many of these proposals are at 10 times the existing density and height. As an illustration, Geller expressed shock at this particular site that we're talking about at the blocky, angular, out-of-context 18-story rental tower proposed for a tree-lined hill of detached character multiplexes on the 2100 block of West 14th between Arbutus and U. And he goes on further to say, this is absolutely absurd. How can anyone think this makes sense? It doesn't belong, Geller says. And very simply, I have to say that both my wife and I completely agree with his point of view, and so do most of our neighbors. It's already been expressed by some people who have spoken this evening. Having said that, I understand the pressure on council to increase rental density, but this is absolutely the wrong place, the wrong thing to do in this neighborhood. So I urge council to reject this proposal and wait for more appropriate development proposals that complement the surrounding neighborhood. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your comments and coming in. Speaker number 8, Diane Lettingham.
Thank you, whoever's doing that. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Diane Lettingham. I live in Vancouver at 2249 West 15th Avenue. I appreciate this time tonight to speak in opposition to the CD1 rezoning at 2156 to 2174 West 14th Avenue. To say it was a shock when I first viewed the rezoning application for I've thought it was an 18-story, I hear 17 tonight, for an 18-story, 195-foot tower of 170 rental homes, smack dab in the middle of this leafy neighborhood of single-family and duplex homes, is an understatement. I believe this mixed-use proposal will seriously affect the surrounding community and could destroy this tight-knit neighborhood. The developer HAVN states online that this building has been designed to integrate seamlessly into the community. It certainly does not. In fact, this enormous 18-story tower will immediately cast huge dark shadows on surrounding homes and gardens. Having said that, I am not here tonight to talk about the many concerns of this proposal, such as the serious parking issues leading to safety concerns or the unaffordability issues. I will leave that to other presenters to speak about. I want to emphasize that I am not against change or increased density. I understand the need for increasing housing starts given the housing targets imposed on Vancouver by Premier David Eby, and I know developers are important to reaching those targets. I asked my husband, who is a retired developer, if he would build an 18-story tower in this place on this street. He thought about this, going through all the considerations that a developer does and needs to go through, and then he finally said, my conscience would not let me do it. It's way too tall for this location at this time, too premature for this location at this time, and too disruptive to this community at this time. And as the previous speaker said, well-known and respected architect and developer Michael Geller has publicly stated this proposal is absurd, and further stated the Broadway plan is overreaching, it is wrong, it is flawed, and believes a moratorium should be placed on the Broadway plan. Many of us who attended open houses and meetings during development of the Broadway plan were led to believe a tower such as this would first be built on main arterials, in this case Arbutus Street, and close to a transportation hub, in this case Broadway, not 5 blocks away from the hub that this proposal is. It was disappointing to hear that the majority of council recently voted against staff's pace of change recommendation. However, this tool can still be used here, and this is the perfect and sensible place to use it. Please understand that this is not a NIMBY issue, the acronym created a few years ago meaning not in my backyard. The word I have coined for this issue is RIMBY. RIMBY means responsible in my backyard. I've taken the time to come here again after spending 5 hours here on Tuesday night because I see you as a dedicated, committed, and responsible council. I have been so surprised at the number of residents upset with this current building tsunami in Vancouver who said, well, why bother are you going? I mean, all the way to speak to council. They, meaning you, want to build, 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 and will rubber stamp this proposal just like they do with all the others. I don't agree. I have heard informed questions from you, the council, on Tuesday night, and I believe you will consider this proposal, perhaps with a new lens, and make a responsible or RIMBY decision on this project. That would mean voting no to this proposal. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for coming in, Diane. Okay, so speaker number 9 has withdrawn. Speaker number 10, Devin Hussack. Devin, are you here? Yep, Devin's coming.
My apologies, I was at the dentist today, and so I've been desperately trying to get this done. Okay. Hello, Mayor, Simmons, members of council. My name is Devin Hussack. I'm a resident and homeowner in the Broadway Quarter, but you may remember that. After all, this isn't the first time I've spoken about a proposal in this area. I'm passionate about this community. I've made too many memories here with my wife and friends to be anything else. We've laughed in the good times and supported each other in the hard times. So how could I not come out tonight and sacrifice my free time to ask you to approve this application? The more people can make more memories here and make this community even better for its existing residents too. I'm not a fool though. I know this won't have the same impact as the Arbutus Ridge apartments did when a previous council approved them a couple years ago, despite a torrent of community opposition. That fear of change eventually faded as people realized the convenience of having a grocery store within walking distance. It was missing something important. That simple truth is you can't have a grocery store without employees, and this building's below-market rental homes will help address that need. The same can be said for the nearby schools, like Lord Tennyson or Kit Senior. Sure, it costs a lot to build a new school, but it takes far more to convince a teacher to commute hours every day to Kitsilano when they could work in Surrey for the same pay. These obtainable market rental homes will help do that, just as the Broadway plan intended. Some would argue it's better to follow the provincial mandated housing requirements here instead. Yet that ignores the entire reason that thousands of Vancouverites, like me, spent hours of our time to craft that community plan. This is a special part of our city, with a long greenway that your predecessors promised would be shared with all its residents when they purchased it for $55 million in 2016. Who knows what that is with inflation? Well, that dream of a streetcar may take some time to realize. Tonight, you can prove it's something that new and old residents can all benefit from. That greenway is just more than a beautiful nature walk, though. It's a living connection to the second largest employment area in our province. That demands a response customized to our city, like the Broadway plan was, and not just the minimum that can be found in places as small as Chilliwack. It's obvious that this building's general forms, height and density, meets that community-guided policy. And I have no doubt that with the assistance of your staff, with your team members, its finer details will reach that point. They're knowledgeable and respected professionals that have identified some shortfalls and included conditions of approval that will make this building more than welcoming. It'll be accessible. When you hurt like I do, and you've probably seen me grasping my back there, that's an important detail. And even things that seem like a small gesture to a normal person, like seating along the sidewalk, it's been built into the building, stands out because it can turn a really long block into something that's more manageable. That's true for these homes too. A large house can be a lot for a senior citizen to take care of, even when it's loneliness that offers them little else to do. Instead, here they'll have a garden to share with their new friends and a chance to connect with their wider neighborhood by selling flowers they grow in what could become a community-led store in their lobby. Some may describe that as a European concept, European values. But our host nations understood that community is healthiest when it's shared under one roof. I think most would agree that it's best to build new rental homes here where few exist, or that a quiet train-lined street is far better to welcome new families than a busy arterial road. I know that's different than what we've usually done in Vancouver, but as our housing crisis has grown so great, I feel it's time to try something new. A politician may say that's just doing common sense. But to me, approving a project that aligns with an international award-winning neighborhood plan sounds like an even better idea. I urge you to do so. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you very much. The next speaker we have is speaker number 11, Peter Dowdy.
My name's Peter Dowdy. I'm a resident of Vancouver and a member of the Vancouver Area Neighbours Association. And I'm also calling in to support this completely uncontroversial proposal. As everyone is well aware, the Broadway bus corridor is the busiest bus corridor in North America. It handles hundreds of thousands of trips. It has a lot of housing, many businesses. It's even getting a dedicated subway line underneath it. So naturally, a mere 7 minutes walk away from that corridor, there should be a lot of housing because transit is one of the defining features of our region and everyone loves it. So I'm glad that everybody is here unanimously supporting this proposal to let people live in one of Vancouver's leafy green neighborhoods. Vancouver is a very beautiful place, and I'm sure that nobody objects to giving renters the opportunity to live off of an arterial and enjoy the peace and quiet of Vancouver's famed residential neighborhoods. Vancouver is, after all, sometimes called a city of neighborhoods. I especially like that Arbutus Greenway runs directly by it. I know that a lot of people are big fans. I'm also a big fan. It's beautiful. and that everybody wants to share that greenway with as many people as possible. There are certainly other parts of the city where we've missed that opportunity, like 29th Avenue Station, where despite having access to a SkyTrain line for many, many years, we have not given people the opportunity to move in. But this Broadway plan has righted that ancient wrong, at least for the new subway, and created the space for people to live near this enormous, once-in-a-lifetime, hopefully not once-in-a-lifetime, massive expansion of transit in the region. This neighborhood is great. There's grocery stores immediately nearby, walking distance to just about anything you could want. And I really love that this proposal is going to incorporate a commercial space into the building itself. Like, how cool is that? That you can just go down into your elevator lobby and maybe there's a coffee shop or a bike repair shop or, you know, something nice. So I think that this is going to give people the opportunity to live here. I think that that is the goal of all of our housing policy, to create beautiful neighborhoods that people can enjoy. And especially since this project has a diverse range of affordability targets among the unit composition, it also will create a community that is integrated and equitable and vibrant. So I really hope that you will vote to approve this. I'm glad everybody else strongly supports this great addition to the neighborhood as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 12 has withdrawn. Speaker number 13, Michelle Spencer. Michelle, are you here?
Thanks so much. My name is Michelle Spencer. I am a resident of Vancouver, and I'll be speaking in support of this rezoning. As other speakers have said, housing of all kinds is in great shortage in Vancouver. Rentals are particularly scarce, something that is evident by our extremely low vacancy rate in our city. I actually live in an apartment on a quiet residential side street. Of course, it was built in the before times when apartment buildings were permitted in more parts of the city, so perhaps it's kind of grandfathered in. Regardless, my street is fairly quiet and has a mix of housing types, so it is mainly apartments. So when I read through the comments that oppose this rezoning, I see that people believe that it is inappropriate to have an apartment building in the middle of a lovely, quiet residential neighborhood. They say that instead apartments, in particular taller ones, belong on arterials. When I hear that apartments don't belong on side streets, I hear that I don't belong. After all, I live in an apartment that is not on an arterial road. I mean, what a day to find out that your neighbors hate you, am I right? These are the folks I trade items with in our Buy Nothing group. I see them at the library, picking up books for their kids. And then I get to read in the comments that oppose this development that an apartment building would be a blight on the neighborhood. I mean, here I thought I was a regular professional individual who was just out there trying to contribute positively to my community. Dare I dream for a nice, comfortable life, I guess. Perhaps this is something I can aspire to when I can afford a multi-million-dollar single-family home on one of these side streets. But alas, that's not in the cards for me right now. Jokes aside, I think that renters also deserve to live on quiet residential streets. By definition, we are residents, so it follows that we should live on residential streets. We deserve to belong in these neighborhoods where we pay extremely high rent to reside in. I urge Council to approve this rezoning in full without delay. As the number of subsidized units is set as a percentage of the total floor space, if you try to make the project smaller, we're going to have fewer affordable units. The housing crisis affects all of us, and approving this building is one step Council can take to improve housing options in our city. Finally, I find it baffling that here we are spending a second night debating the merits of an individual building. An enormous amount of time, effort, and money went into developing the Broadway plan, including extensive amounts of public feedback. I don't think it's a very efficient use of staff and council's time to continue to debate specific buildings when they meet the criteria of the plan. Please approve this rezoning. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker we have is number 14, Bobo Irick. Irick. Nope. Speaker number 15, Daniel Alexiuk. I hope I pronounced your name correctly.
Thank you, Mayor Sim. You very unusually pronounced it correctly, so thank you for that. Yeah, my name is Danny Alexiuk, and yeah, thanks for hearing from me today. To the mayor, to council, to staff, to the project team, thank you for this project. I'm a co-founder and the president of Abundant Housing Vancouver, and I think this is the best project I've seen at this council. And the reason I think that, I want to talk to you about balconies and about air pollution, and I want to contrast it to the project 4 and the project after, 5 and 7, both of which I support. Some housing's better than nothing. This one's better, I think, than those. And the reason for that is really the balconies and air pollution. As a lot of the both pro and con speakers have talked about, it's important that this building's mid-block. We haven't really done that for a long time. I've lived in apartments for a long time. I currently live on a busy street. If we're doing the where we've lived thing, I did live in Kitsilano on West 10th for a little while in undergrad years ago. I don't know if that counts for anything, but I've almost always lived on busy streets. I live on one now, and it's really great that we're letting people live on quieter streets. As you go through the correspondence, I would direct you to, I'd suggest you read my friend Brendan Dawes' letter. He talks about living on Hastings Street for 8 years. I visited him in that apartment a bunch of times, and you couldn't use the balcony. Because imagine Hastings and Nanaimo, you're never going out there. It's brake dust all over the place, and as you know, that's what we've been doing. Some of you may have heard this quote, but I'd like to share with you a quote from the former Arbutus Ridge, Kerrisdale, and Shaughnessy plan, where they said, and I quote, actually not quoting yet, they wanted to put new apartments specifically on arterials because, now I quote, they wanted to shield to some extent adjacent single-family homes from the noise of arterial traffic, acting as a buffer. That's been what we've been doing, and it doesn't feel good. I think you've heard some anger today of people who've been acting as a buffer for the wealthier people in the middle of the neighborhood. But I think this is a great project compared to the one that comes next for that reason, and it's great compared to the the one before, the Kingsway one, and the one after where some tenants are being displaced. It's just single-family homes there right now. There are some tenants. There's going to be a lot fewer tenants than elsewhere in the Broadway plan. And I also wanted to touch on that because a lot of the Broadway plan does cover where we have a lot of existing tenants. This is a place that goes a little bit west and a little bit south of where the tenants are, and you're going to get less displacement there. That's a great model, and Abundant Housing would really encourage you to go further in that direction. And finally, the process. I mean, here we all are. It's getting close to 10 o'clock. I'm just going to say that if you heard from all of the residents of the 170 suites that are going to be in that building, the likely residents, if you assume 1.5 people per unit, 5 minutes each, that's like 21 hours. Obviously, they're not all going to come today, but it just, that would be 21 hours just to hear from all of those people. So when you hear the opposition today, I'd just like you to keep those 170 people in mind and imagine them in 8 years sitting there actually using their quiet balconies instead of many of the balconies that we see around town. So thanks for the project and thanks for your time today.
Great. Thank you very much. Speaker number 16 has withdrawn. Speaker number 17, Tony Colabraro. Tony, are you on the line?
I'm here, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Okay, sure. Thank you very much for your time. Like the mayor just said, my name is Tony Colabraro. I'm a proud, longtime resident of Kitsilano, and I'm opposed to this development in its current form. I've been involved in different rezoning applications over the years, and I know that the council has the power to make certain changes, and I hope that they hear what all the neighbors are saying about this project this evening. We all care about our neighborhood, and I'll get to that a little bit. One thing I just wanted to point out, a few speakers here before mentioned it, but I'd like the council to really focus on those one-line cut and paste comments that were basically organized by one individual who actually spoke tonight, and I don't want to single them out because that's not what I do, but I just want the council to understand that there were 236 comments, so basically I support. Not why are you in favor of this, is I support. And I think if you're going to put a comment and spend the time and have the council listen and have the mayor listen, then you should put a constructive comment there that explains why you support it or why you don't, one way or the other. I support the construction of rental housing that people can afford to rent. The construction of rental housing in our city, like a lot of others here in the Lower Mainland, was pretty much ignored for the last 30 years by all levels of government. Construction of rental housing should not come at the expense of livability, which this proposed design obviously doesn't take into account. Now, I know the Broadway plan talks about community building, but unfortunately, this type of development fosters seclusion and de-neighborhooding. The proposed design, simply put, misses the whole idea of community building, but rather, let's cram as many people as we can into a building to say, look, we'll pat ourselves in the back and say we built rental housing, but we've got a slight problem. It's still super expensive. Just like a few other people who spoke here tonight mentioned the Larch and Second project. 21 units there still haven't been rented, and they've been available from May 1st, my understanding is. In this building, a studio loft is 156 square feet. A studio is 300 square feet. It just doesn't make sense from a livability standpoint. A two-bedroom is 640 square feet, and a three-bedroom is 790. My understanding from these designs, there is not even a closet built into the unit. My understanding always was, for it to be a bedroom, you had to have a closet. So literally we're building these cookie-cutter units and basically saying, okay, here, just slap them in there and go from there. At the end of the day, the overall design is dated, ugly, and looks like a glorified prison based on those archways and that. And it's just not, again, as people say, it doesn't fit into the neighborhood. I want to focus more on the lack of infrastructure to support a building like this, and, again, the fact that on the parking. In a rental building, adequate parking spaces could be used as an additional source of revenue to be put back into the maintenance of the building. The last thing I want to see is a building go up in a residential neighborhood, and after 5 years, the building falls apart, nobody wants to maintain it, and then they try to sell to the city or province for $1. RT7 zoning right now allows a duplex to have 480 square foot garage. They used to be 600 square feet when these were built back in the 80s and 90s. The widths of the garages were reduced by 5 feet per half duplex. Okay, this led people to basically not be able to use their secure garage, but have a parking pad. Well, people chose not to park on the parking pad because people were getting their cars broken into, so they resorted to parking on the street. I have people come and visit me, they have to park a block and a half away because bringing food or whatever they're bringing because there's no parking anywhere close by. So I've seen people resort to putting cones and pylons in front of their house to save that spot in case they go out. The last thing we need is street fights on the city because somebody believes that their parking spot was taken by somebody else. Making developers add more parking will make the development more attractive to those potential renters. Current infrastructure cannot support a building of this size. Since 2022, when the Broadway plan was approved, I've seen little or no water, sewer, or electrical upgrades in any of the areas where these type of developments have been proposed. Not sure where all the toilet flushers are going to go when you finished using the facilities. All the proposed developments on the plan require minimum of 20% below market rental units. Why can't it be higher? If that's the minimum, that's fine. None of these developers have put applications forward and said, you know what, we're going to try to put 25%. We're going to try to put 30%. The city has the ability to make developers build more than 20%.
And Tony, okay? I apologize. We're at time. But thank you very much. Great. Thank you very much for calling in. Caller number 18, Stuart Smith. Or, sorry, speaker number 18, I should say.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Stuart Smith. I live in Vancouver. I strongly support this specific building, but I also broadly support legalizing similarly sized buildings on every lot in the city and, in fact, the region. Why? Because homes are good. Last I checked, we all live in them. We all need homes, so it doesn't really make a lot of sense to me that we've created a regulatory system that requires us to spend all this time deciding whether or not there should be homes. Homes for renting, homes for buying, tall homes, short homes, skinny homes, wide homes, and every other type of home, they're all just good. So there's no reason to put them up for a vote like this. It's like food, water, and other necessities of life. We don't need to make it contingent on politics. I'm sure we all had better things to do. I've heard an insinuation a few times tonight that people who do not live in Kitsilano should not have a say in land use decisions in Kitsilano. And I think that's backward, actually. Neighborhoods are not islands. Tenants and buyers across the city and the region are forced to compete with each other for the space that exists wherever it exists. My landlord is not picky about tenants who move in. He will happily take someone who is coming from Surrey or Toronto or Kitsilano. Likewise, this building, built in Kitsilano, will bring people who live in Kitsilano and other places. So it makes all the sense in the world that not only people across Vancouver, but people across the region have an interest in the locations people want to live, such as Kitsilano, such as Vancouver generally. There's been a number of comments here about people, leaving short comments. Again, I think this is backwards. What's backwards is us being here, having to vote on housing, trying to get a few hundred people to write in a one-line comment. Sure, that's not as much effort as asking them to do a 3-minute speech. But the better question is, why do they have to do it at all? I bought food today in a store, and I didn't have to get a vote on that to make sure that it was available. It just was there. And that's what people want out of housing. So when you see those one-line comments, I would encourage you to remember that behind those comments, there are also another 670,000 people in this city, none of whom thought it was very important to show up here at all. So the idea that that's, somehow, I don't know, that those people somehow degrade from the feedback, I don't think that's correct. A couple more comments. There's been a few comments about traffic and parking and cars, and I agree with these concerns. Parking is a real concern. Parking is terrible, but I think we have the solutions backwards. If curb parking contention is happening, what that means is it means the public, that's us, the city, has priced the curb too low. We're giving away the store, and we're getting lineups for parking. And the way you solve that is by charging more pricing for the street. Not by attacking apartment buildings. This is a car problem. If you have car problems, regulate cars. Don't try to regulate apartment buildings to deal with a car problem. Similarly, lots of comments about traffic and safety in these neighborhoods. Very, very serious. I don't own a car. I am terrified of being killed by a car every single day I walk down the street in Vancouver. But again, that's a real concern. We do that by addressing car safety directly. By regulating cars, by limiting cars. Maybe cars should require public hearings like this one. Maybe when somebody wants to bring a car into Vancouver, they should be required to put a proposal before council and get a vote to see whether or not they should do it. I would argue that's a better approach than trying to attack car problems through housing. Anyways, aside from that, housing is good, homes are good, buildings are good. I urge you to support this project. Thanks very much.
Great. Thank you very much for coming in today, Stuart. The next speaker we have is speaker number 19, Andy Keller. Andy, are you on the line?
I am. Good evening.
Please go ahead.
My name is Andy Keller, and I am a resident of Vancouver, and I oppose the rezoning as it is proposed. I live 20 meters from the site. Additionally, 8 20-story towers are either confirmed or under consideration within a 2-block radius of my child's school. Should construction proceed at the West 14th Avenue location, it means that my child will wake to the smell of concrete dust, diesel exhaust, and persistent loud noise. Those conditions will be the same all day at school and then when we return home. Because Vancouver lies within the Pacific Flyway, and because the City of Vancouver last amended its bird-friendly design guidelines for development permits in 2017, it is a certainty that if the rezonings as proposed move forward, then each year hundreds, if not thousands, of dead birds will litter the streets and sidewalks because they collided with towers. Vancouver and the City Council have nothing better to do than give my child asthma, silicosis, and mental health trauma. So what can be done to improve housing in this city, given that no level of Canadian government has committed serious public investment for the last 40 years? First, all 3 levels of government need to focus on low-rise, medium and high-density buildings and soft mobility. Second, follow the advice of the influential Danish designer Arne Jacobsen, who said, architecture is not just about creating buildings. It's about shaping the environment and enhancing people's lives. Third, don't build towers. Instead, learn from and emulate the social housing in Vienna, or the superblocks in Barcelona, or the Ashland apartments in Santa Monica, California, or the Nordhaven neighborhood in Copenhagen. The two best examples, though, may be from post-war London, England. These are the Alexandra Road Estate and the Dunboyne Road Estate that were designed by Niamh Brown and Sidney Cook. Brown stated that housing is not for one class. It is for the whole community. That is especially important if the City of Vancouver believes truly that it will be able to attract and retain police officers, firefighters, nurses, teachers, and everyone else who behind the scenes provide the brains, the creativity, the grit, the know-how, and the muscle that make this city work. To those who might question my motives for opposing this rezoning, please understand that I am a renter. While I might seem a target audience for this proposal, I am not interested in living in cramped conditions. I am not interested in being stuck in a tower, especially should a fire ignite, or when a major earthquake occurs. I'm not interested in stumbling down a single stairwell that may be dark, filled with smoke, and that will invariably be crowded with people, all of whom will be trying frantically to escape. I leave you with one last quotation from Niamh Brown that each of you mind as you make your decisions. For years, we've crammed the underprivileged into unsuitable homes that were only bringing profit to developers and contractors, which then become a liability for the state to deal with, all done with eyes wide open. Can you imagine anything more socially corrosive than that? Thank you for listening.
Great, thank you very much. The next speaker, speaker number 20, Kin Chong. Kin, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mayor Ken and the council for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Kin Chong. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I live just north of the development, about 2 minutes walk. I am opposed to the proposed development on West 14th. For context, I'm a civil structural engineer who works on large industrial projects. I believe the developer has not proven the sites logistically suitable for this kind of development. Firstly, you've heard earlier in today's meeting about the dangers of high-rise construction. In 2024 alone, as you know, there have been 7 tower crane incidents in Metro Vancouver. Last month alone, a crane dropped its load in Oak Ridge Center, and on East Hastings Street, large metal beams fell from a crane lift. Same Oak Ridge site killed a young mom on the 21st of February. Right, you had 2 crane collapses, one on Lougheed Highway, another in Surrey in this year as well. And the worst incident, of course, is the Dunbar incident in August 7th, which caused a fire that rendered 5 homes unusable, and everyone saw the video of the tower crane collapsing and crushing a residential home. Now, this site in particular is particularly ill-suited to cope with accidents like that. It is a very small site on a steep slope. It's got very close neighbors, and it's got very large old trees that are 4 stories high and a very narrow right-of-way at the back. As the developer has said, this is located in a quiet, calm, tree-lined neighborhood, right? So you think about it, you have this place with limited lifting zones. So why I say this is because look at Google Maps. You will see it is completely covered by the tree canopy. Now, your planner has said, oh, we'll protect the existing trees. Now, how are you going to lift heavy steel, multiple stories, without disrupting this tree canopy, which entirely covers it if you look at Google Maps? Are you going to use this right-of-way on the side? No, you're going to have to chop down some of these trees to allow this constructability to happen. And then otherwise, what are you going to do? You're going to lift over other people's property and beams fall and kill someone? You know, these are the worries I have for this development site. It's simply not suitable in terms of that risk. And other issues are also related to the site location. As HAVN has said that, oh, we put it here because it's quiet, calm, tree-lined neighborhood. This is their own website, right? Now, construction will change all of these things. As you know, construction of high-rise buildings is very noisy. I go past one every day. You hear yelling, bolting, welding, etc. The side is a side street with cars parked on both sides. Essentially, only one car can go at one time. I know because I live right next to it. The road will be blocked for years. Imagine every time they do a concrete pour, you're going to have to block the road fully just to cater for this pour. Anytime you do a heavy lift, it's the same. You'll have traffic congestion for ages. The site's also on a significant incline, further increasing the risk of accidents, materials rolling down the hill, high sediment surface runoff from all the excavation you're going to have to do for the foundations. And then I haven't seen any detailed development construction plans that manage these risks and protect these trees that your planner says will be protected. I don't see how you can do it without a detailed plan. Post-construction, of course, everyone's talked about the impact of high-rises in the neighborhood. There's going to be definitely more noise that affects my peace and quiet enjoyment. As the developers said, amenities have been prioritized to include gathering spaces to promote community congregation. Now, I don't know about you, but I've been past rooftop patios, and they're pretty noisy places. So this quiet, tree-calm neighborhood will no longer be that quiet, have many trees, have all these tall structures above the tree line, whereas at the moment all is under the tree line. So there's going to be lack of privacy, etc. Traffic, your developer has said that essentially traffic will go down once the station goes. Well, it's the last train in the station, so everyone's going to drive. So it's going to create more parking issues. And wind tunnel impacts, differential sediment, groundwater. I request the developer give more details of how they manage this. Thank you for this, and I hope you consider that this site is particularly ill-suited for the development, and it should be located somewhere.
Great. Thank you very much. Speaker number 21, Aaron Tucker. Are you on the line?
Mayor, just a point of information. Do we need a motion to extend past 10?
Sorry, Speaker, if you can pause 1 sec.
Sorry, do we need a motion to extend past 10 or is it 11 we need to extend past?
Sure.
The clerk here, yes, the procedure bylaw indicates that at 10 o'clock, council is to recess unless there is a motion to extend to hear speakers. We would have to specify what speakers, if not all speakers, requires 2/3 vote. A motion to extend that would include decision, requires unanimity. But in any case, there's a bit of a practicality there as well. We only have 6 quorums, so it would require everyone to stay.
Okay, so in that case, Mayor, I'd like to throw a motion out on the floor to extend past 10 to finish speakers for this item and item 7.
Okay.
But I'll be throwing out another motion to debate deferring decision.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. Seconded. Is there discussion, Councillor Carr?
Yes, so sorry, I didn't quite understand the motion. Is it to hear speakers on this item and to consider item 7? Was it just the speakers for the presentation and the speakers, everything but debate and decision for item 7? I just needed clarification.
That's correct.
Okay, staff presentation and speakers, but not debate and decision. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Seeing no one else on the queue, can we put that motion to a vote? You have to go to the voting queue on this one, or can we just, yeah. Awesome. Verbally, all in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries. We'll hear speakers in the presentation. Thank you very much. Okay. Sorry, Speaker 21, Aaron Tucker, sorry to put you on hold there. Please go ahead.
Yes, hi.
I strongly oppose this housing. High-density developments should start along major roads that are already equipped to handle densification in terms of parking, and utility infrastructure. There are numerous underdeveloped areas directly on Arbutus that could accommodate a large project like this one without having such a drastic impact on the surrounding neighborhoods. For example, there are homes on the corners of West 13th and Arbutus and West 15th and Arbutus that are part of land assembly attempts that have not sold. These sites are better suited for projects like this and are readily available to developers. If the City of Vancouver aims to uphold the Broadway plan and gain community support, prioritizing development along major arteries would be a much more effective approach. Moreover, this type of housing doesn't support families who want to live and stay in the city. We are a young family working in corporate and healthcare fields, and we would not choose to live in a 900 square foot, 3-bedroom apartment. Building large towers around our current duplex would push us out of Vancouver. As a healthcare professional, I've seen many colleagues leaving the city in search of more suitable housing where their families can grow, which is contributing to a significant staffing crisis within the downtown healthcare system. Another speaker wrote about teachers not wanting to commute from Surrey to work in Vancouver. But I can also tell you a teacher with 2 kids does not want to live in a 900 square foot apartment for $4,300 a month. They will still choose to live in Surrey. The city needs to focus not only on building affordable housing, but also on creating desirable housing. My other question is, who is managing these below-market rentals? We have already seen that another below-market rental in Kitsilano on Larch and West 2nd is renting a 393 square foot studio for $2,600 a month. You pass these bills under the notion of building affordable housing. You get support from many Vancouverites on the idea of below-market rentals. But the truth is that there is no one to actually manage these buildings that are so-called below-market rentals. As another speaker already mentioned, these units aren't even being rented because they are too expensive. But the city has checked their box of creating a certain amount of housing. At what cost, though? I disagree with many speakers here today willing to develop at any cost. Personally, I do not want Vancouver to turn into a concrete jungle like New York or Hong Kong. This is not a livable or healthy community. We should be holding ourselves as a community to a higher standard and should be strategic with how our city is being developed, rather than just putting a bunch of random towers throughout residential neighborhoods. Thank you very much for listening.
Great. Thank you very much. The next speaker is number 22, Harmon Moon. Harmon, are you here? Go.
Thank you. My name is Harmon Moon. I live in the Mount Pleasant area of Vancouver. So for those who were wondering if there are people who support this project and do live in Vancouver, here I am. I wanted to spend my time today talking a little bit about trees, specifically bonsai trees. For those of you who aren't familiar, bonsai is a Japanese art where you take a young sapling or shrub, you take a pair of scissors and you trim off, you snip off all the new branches and buds until it becomes essentially a living sculpture, a miniature tree. I mention this because it seems to me that that's how Vancouver has been treating its neighborhoods for the last couple of decades. Wielding their shears of draconian zoning laws, bureaucratic hoops, and general obstructionism, city council after city council has shaped most of our neighborhoods into characterful suburban ideals. The problem with bonsai, however, is that the tree is still a living thing, and the tree wants to grow. Vancouver wants to grow. But over the years, our bonsai councils have so successfully stripped our neighborhoods of their branches that there is nowhere to grow, which is how we find ourselves in our current housing crisis. So to speak to this project specifically, a 17-story building would be disastrous for neighborhood character. I absolutely agree. It will be a huge, unsightly branch shooting up out of Kitsilano's carefully curated garden of single-family houses. But that's why I'll be happy to see it, because it will be a sign of growth. It will be a sign of life. It means that 170 people will have an opportunity to live in this city, close to schools, close to transit, close to amenities, And these are people who would otherwise be pushed out to Surrey, Coquitlam, Maple Ridge, and beyond. It means that this city will continue to grow. So I'm here today with my short remarks to urge council to put down their shears and approve this project, as well as the others on the agenda. Because if this city wants to grow into something great, we need more living spaces, not more stunted bonsai neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 23, Diana Davidson. Diana, are you on the line?
Hello.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Diana Davidson. I have resided on 14th Avenue West near the proposed building for 49 years and in Vancouver since 1965 and have been one of the thousands of people who have worked very hard over many years to create this most beautiful city. I oppose this rezoning. One of the apparent reasons to allow the extraordinary rezoning is that it would create affordable housing. The inference being that these would be affordable homes for those who are unhoused, inadequately housed, and people whose incomes are not capable of paying current rents for 2 and 3 bedroom housing. For 20%, there would be rent at 20% below market, but that doesn't make it an option for those who are unhoused or inadequately or insufficiently housed. Because 20% below is still nowhere near what people whose average incomes are $45,000 or $40,000 a year in this city can afford. What we need is, well, first I should say this about our neighborhood. This neighborhood has changed terrifically in terms of housing. For decades, we were not allowed to have additional suites. Many of us just put them in anyway, or they were left over from earlier times. People now are very happy to have suites and to put in more suites if we were allowed, and to put in infill housing if the city hall shook up its regulatory department so that it didn't make it impossible to put in duplexes on these large lots in the back half of the lots, or fourplexes. In other words, put in reasonably large family housing without unreasonable amounts of regulations. Next door neighbor is an example. They're quite well off people. They bought the house. They wanted to put a lane house in. The cost of doing so was so enormous that they couldn't afford it. So if we want to have housing for people who can't afford these outrageous rents, we need subsidized housing, and here's how I think you could do it. Use the land owned by the 3 levels of government for building the homes and for creating the additional parks and schools that would be required. No city fees charged for those buildings. No payroll tax, either provincial or federal, charged on the wages earned by those doing the build. No tax on materials and supplies necessary for the build. And building good, not elaborate, basic housing of 1 to 4 bedrooms intended for families and single people whose incomes are insufficient for market housing, which includes a huge number of the people in Vancouver. That all government financial assistance and breaks currently directed to developers go to the building of to encourage current homeowners to build infill housing, duplexing themselves, quadruplexing them, on condition that that housing be rented or sold, because my idea here is that we could have stratas, so they could be sold or rented at below market. And how much below could be negotiated, but the 20% seems like a good idea for a first step. This rezoning in our neighborhood both legal and illegal, that we've all indulged in this neighborhood, or many of us have, has resulted in pretty well maybe increasing the usable housing by 50%. That could easily go to another 50%. And in the area we're talking about here, between our MacDonald and Arbutus, say from 13th to 15th, there are about 430 homes. If even half of those homes add another space with the cooperation of the city, that the city no longer requires in older homes that if you put in an apartment or instead of having your upstairs empty, you could put in another suite up there, they no longer require that you bring it
Diane,
up.
I apologize. We are at time, though.
That's quite all right. I get it.
Awesome.
But
Thank you for calling in today. Speaker number 24, Mark Battersby. Mark, are you on the line? And so,
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
Hello?
you. We can hear you.
Good.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Mark Battersby. I wish to indicate my strong opposition to the proposed high-rise rezoning. I was president of the Kitsilano Arbutus Association, to which Sean McEwen referred during the process of the development of that Molson lands, now known as Arbutus Walk. And thanks to the extensive participation of residents in the planning process, we have what is now a world-renowned example of urban development. So you can increase density without destroying neighborhoods, and that should be the goal of the city. Another product of that was the Arbutus Greenway, which a number of people have referred to. On the other hand, this proposed development is manifestly, as everyone pointed out of character with the neighborhood. The rationale that it will provide housing at a reasonable price is simply false. The building does not do that. The below-market rent is excessive, and most of the building is dedicated to unaffordable and small-priced apartments. In addition, the minimal parking provision has been referred to is going to result in people parking on the street, causing inconvenience to all residents. The provision of a retail on the main floor will bring people in from cars in from other areas in the street that you can only one car can pass at a time. There's also the extensive shadowing, and I was quite supportive of the engineer pointed out the dangers involved in building such a building when there's housing right nearby. I'm also concerned that, I just want to mention, the applicant appears to be the actual owners of the three buildings, the three lots, who've hired a group to front for them. I suspect that this is not a real development proposal, but an upzoning activity, and I think the city should look into that to make sure what they're dealing with here. Also, having sat in now for 2 days listening to people from other areas where this impact of these high-rises is coming, I realize that the Broadway plan actually is a WND, a weapon of neighborhood destruction. While it only allows 2 high-rises per block, this is going to create a precedent for those neighborhoods, and in the long run, it means that these low-rise neighborhoods will become populated by high-rises. So the city has got to decide whether it's going to protect these kind of neighborhoods, and indeed they should, for which Vancouver is justly renowned. Allowing the high-rises will be the death of such neighborhoods. It's not to say I don't support increased density, as other speakers have pointed out. There's lots of ways to increase density. Infill housing is one of them. Arterial development is another. We do not need to be imposing high-rises in these kind of neighborhoods. Those who commented positively about the proposed rezoning appears to have accepted the myth that increased development will bring down the prices, which I could get some information on. There are some 98,000 new homes in planning outside of the Broadway plan. The problem is not supply. The problem is the cost of land, which makes new development inevitably too expensive, but it's not the result of local demand. I presume that council members, even if the other commentators, these positive commentators, weren't aware, but it's a myth that housing prices are being driven by local demand. In fact, what's happening is, as documented by UBC Professor David Lee, is we are victims of international and local investors. He wrote this up in a book, which I hope all council members have read, called Housing Booms in Gateway Cities. It's not just a problem in Vancouver, but it is a huge problem in Vancouver. So I call on council to reject applicant's proposal. They also should pause the Broadway plan and revisit it to commit to preservation of the low-rise neighborhoods by facilitating infill housing and missing middle development and not imposing out-of-character high-rises. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Clerk, do we have any more calls online?
Just doing a double check, Mayor. And no, none
Okay.
at the moment.
So now this is the third, thank you very much, by the way. This is the third and final call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445 # before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. Any speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium. So we're going to take a 5-minute recess and wait for any additional speakers.
Hello, I'm just going to go through speakers and make sure that the remaining speakers on the line are calling in for item 7, starting with speaker ending in 8780. Hi,
Yes, I
Peter,
am.
just making sure you're here for the next item. Perfect, thank you. Speaker ending in 0936, are you calling in for the next item?
Yes, for number 7, please.
Okay, thank you. Speaker ending in 6160, Charmaine, are you just calling in for the next item?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And Adrian's great. Okay, so it looks like we have another caller. Blair Smith, if you're on the line, if you can please let us know if you are a resident of Vancouver and if you are for or against the proposal.
Hi, yes. My name is Blair Smith. You heard from me earlier. I'm a resident of Vancouver. Figured I'd call in for this proposal too, just because of some of the things I was hearing. Very in support of this project as well. I think this, as others have said, is a great project in a great neighborhood. Before I talked about how I used to live in the neighborhood of the last proposal, I also lived in this neighborhood just before COVID when I went to UBC, and I really enjoyed living in this neighborhood. I live on the other side of McDonald, of course, a little bit further down the road on 14th, but it was a great neighborhood to live in, and part of that was because I lived in a place off of an arterial street, and I was able to walk to the B line to get to school every day. And so that is what I would hope for these renters as well. They can experience that and not have to be, as some of the folks here saying they need to be on arterials to shelter people. I live close to an arterial right now, and it is the worst. And I think you've heard that from other speakers. The other reason I really wanted to call in is there's some voices that are missing from these hearings, and I wanted to kind of bring that in. I used to work at UBC, and part of what I did was work with students who were being recruited to the school and who were attending the school on academic support, mostly student athletes. And something that they really struggled with is their commute to school. When I was a student, not very long ago, it was attainable for students to pay rent in Arbutus Ridge, in Kitsilano, and go to UBC, but that's not the case anymore. These athletes were, in many cases, these were student athletes, and they were commuting from River District, they're commuting from Burnaby and Surrey, so they were doing those 2-hour commutes on top of their school schedule, on top of their athletic schedule, and that was something that, for me, I was always really impressed by that, because I sometimes find that I can't fit things in my day, and these students were doing this every day just to get an education. And it's really a disservice to that institution, to other institutions in this area. VCC's down the street the other way. There are some high schools in the area that need teachers, as someone has mentioned. I know a lot of teachers, and they all do live in apartments. That isn't something that teachers and nurses are allergic to, as some have suggested. Those types of workers, your staff probably want to live in a building like this. I know my coworkers do in a similar industry. I'm not a developer. I think that was something everyone brought in, that all these comments were from developers, and that's really, frankly, offensive that you would look to your neighbor and accuse them of being, a fake vote for this project, and that kind of rhetoric around people who are writing in these fake things that aren't even from here is dangerous, and it's really something that disappoints me for our city. Of course, the one thing I also really wanted to mention, just to close up, is the tenant protections are really key. I know there's some tenants here and some tenants in the next project. That is key to this whole project, and really making sure that no one is displaced by this. Everyone who is a renter there gets to stay in the neighborhood, and those who own the properties, of course, get to reap the benefit of that property and sell it if they choose to, and those who own it get to build what they'd like to on it, based within the parameters. And so I think this whole hearing until 11 p.m. is a little bit of we've already done this. We've already had this consultation. I've been to Broadway corridor meetings. I've been to the Vancouver plan meetings. I thought we had already had this discussion, and yet it seems we have a news article every other week about these projects, and we all have to get ready and get support out and do Reddit posts. And I had to get a lot of my friends to write in on this one, because, a lot of us have been kind of kicked out of this neighborhood and do go there all the time to visit our friends who still remain and still have that rental protection. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thanks for taking the time and for this long hour burning the candles. Have a good rest of your evening.
Thank you very much. So, Clerk, do we have any other speakers online there?
Just confirming, Mayor. No.
Great. Seeing that there are no additional speakers, the speakers list is now closed. Oh. Sorry. Okay. This is for item number 6 still, right? Okay, please come up. And if you could please state your name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver.
My name is Rebecca Hartley. Do you need me to spell it or you're good?
Nope, we're good.
Perfect. So good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I'm a Vancouver resident and I'm here tonight to express my support for this proposal. I know you've heard from a number of speakers tonight, so I'll keep my remarks brief. I believe this mix of 170 market and below market homes are entirely appropriate for the area. It's easy for some to forget how close this is to UBC, but I certainly haven't, even though it's been years since I was a student. The privilege of being able to dedicate more time to my studies while some of my classmates were forced to commute for hours gave me an obvious advantage. That continues today, albeit in a different way. After work, I have a short walk home, while some of my colleagues have to spend hours away from their families on the highway. In that light, aesthetic concerns may seem more trivial, but I can't help but note this building is thoughtful and attractive too. The blue brick subtly helps tie it into the existing neighborhood, and the staggered windows help break up the pattern and enhance privacy for residents and their neighbors. That also helps it fit into this quiet, tree-covered street, where its residents will benefit from being free from noise and pollution. Given this, I urge you to join me in support of these homes by approving this proposal. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good evening, councillors. My name is Rofan Wang. I am a resident of Vancouver, and I'm here in support of this project. Now, I've heard a lot of people say in the comments and speak here that a lot of the supporters here don't actually live in Kitts. Well, I do. I live on Maple Street, but I also don't see what that has to do with anything. I used to live in Dunbar. Did I have less of a right to speak on the need for more homes in the city just because I lived in Dunbar and not in Kitts? I wouldn't think so. But actually, I wanted to start off just by talking a bit about when I lived in Dunbar, and I promise you there is relevance. There is a point I'm trying to make here. When I lived there, I was a student at UBC, and my closest grocery store in Dunbar was Stong's. And if I could afford to shop there, I wouldn't have been living in a basement suite in Dunbar. So I actually ended up going quite often to the city market at 16th and Arbutus. It was quite far. It was really hard to carry, a dozen cans from there all the way back to Dunbar. But it was, fairly affordable for what it was, and that was my best option. When I was living in Dunbar as well, the community center was quite a long walk from my home. So it was like 30 minutes. I remember on election day when I went to vote there, it was very hard to get there, very hard to get back. And of course, the bus that ran near my house there, the 25, stops running a bit after midnight. So if I wanted to come back later than that, I was pretty much stranded and had to get an Uber. And finally, when I was trying to bike anywhere, coming back meant going up that 13-degree incline on Balaclava, which kind of sucks. Anyways, my point here is not that Dunbar sucks. It doesn't. Dunbar is a very lovely neighborhood. I loved living there. I met a lot of great people there. My point is that this is what happens when we don't build purpose-built rental and we don't concentrate it near amenities and near convenient destinations. There are a lot of people who have been saying how livable Kitts is, how many amenities there are in the neighborhood. I agree, but by excluding people from living here, by not building enough homes to meet demand, their livability is our misery. I've heard people say that this is a quiet local street that can't support more homes. No, it's not. It's a stone's throw from Arbutus Street, a primary arterial, and it's closer to the future Arbutus SkyTrain station than Langara College is to Langara Station. This is the perfect neighborhood and the perfect area to be concentrating the kind of density the city desperately needs and the kinds of purpose-built rental that so many people have been looking for when the vacancy rate is near zero. Now that I know anytime homes are proposed in Kitts, a large, loud crowd comes out to oppose it like clockwork. Having lived there now for a while, I am thankful to say I am not one of them. Because I was on the other side not very long ago, and I know what it was like to try and find a home on the west side when there are so few homes for rent, and the ones that are often out of the price range for students and for young professionals. It really sucks. And I would have killed to live here at 14th and Arbutus when I was a student at UBC. We really need more apartments near transit, near grocery stores, near community centers, near the very amenities that make Kitsilano such a beloved neighborhood in the first place. Kitsilano is a growing neighborhood in a growing city, in a growing province, and a growing country, and it desperately needs the number of homes to match. So, Your Worship, councillors, I strongly encourage you to approve this development tonight. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor Sim and Council. My name is Pamela Fitzpatrick, and I live in Vancouver. For 15 years, I live 2 blocks from the 2100 block West 14th Avenue, and it is still a part of my life because I walk there almost daily, and I feel very loyal to that area. I do support increased density, but I do not support this proposal. I have several concerns. Firstly, unless there's been a change since I first heard about it, the units are very small. In fact, I hear they are smaller than the minimum required by the city. And I don't understand what's the point of having standards if they can just be ignored. Isn't this enough to disqualify it on its own? If you need another more humanistic reason for disqualification, I believe these small units are incompatible with quality family living because children, especially, need adequate space both inside and outside for healthy growth and development. In such small units, that development is compromised. Secondly, how is affordability defined by this council? Do you even have a definition? And how does your approach serve affordability? Have you data calculations to support your claim that affordability will be achieved? I expect Vancouver's current unaffordability is only going to be exacerbated by the structures proposed for 14th Avenue. According to research by Professor Patrick Condon in the UBC School of Architecture and Urban Planning, and a specialist in sustainable urban design and sustainable communities, Vancouver has built out more housing since 1970 than any other community in North America. Yet, he says it is one of the worst for affordability. Doesn't this kind of research and wisdom count for anything with this council? Would it not be worth investigating his knowledge and that of others before taking irreversible steps, making our beautiful city, which is the current envy of the world, into a concrete jungle? Many well-informed people, including Professor Condon, have stated that there are many better ways to increase the density and have plenty of examples to demonstrate their conclusions. I would respectfully suggest that as well as hearing, this council needs to be listening to the concerns of so many people, so many experts and others in Vancouver who say that while we do need extra density, it can be achieved along with true affordability and preservation of what makes Vancouver so livable. I believe I heard a staff person tonight say that the water system could handle the proposed development. Well, when I moved into Kitsilano in 1991, the water pressure was already inadequate, and that was a real shock. I had come from another neighborhood which had perfectly good water supply, and in Kitsilano, in the home, it was about half of what it was where it came from. So I question that assumption. Lastly, listening to Tuesday's presentation, I was online, and again tonight, it seems to me that the needs of rental tenants, which are very important, while we're listening to those needs and working on them, those of the current residents and tenants living nearby are being ignored. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much for coming on in.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. I know it's really late. I'm going to try and keep this as short as possible. I really didn't want to have to get up here and talk. I'm a bit shocked by, I'm very interested in the development we're talking about today. And so I spent the 5 hours on Tuesday or whatever it was, and I've been sitting here and waiting. One thing that, I guess I have to say this. My name is Anthony Peisch-Braga, and I'm a Vancouver resident. One thing that hasn't been discussed really at all, and I haven't learned much about, is who the applicant is. I've been in the real estate industry for 16 years. That used to be an important part of this process. The last time I was in a public hearing was in Victoria, BC, where we delivered 219 rental units by converting a hotel. We haven't heard anything from Haven. I haven't heard anything from Haven, and I happen to live right next door to this site. What I can tell you about Haven, though, is they've never completed a project. They have 3 Broadway corridor projects. This is pure speculation. That's all they're hoping to do here. They have a minimally viable product by assembling 3 lots. They are meeting your requirements under the Broadway plan. They never planned to build this. There's no point in us being here. It's never going to be built. And I'm really interested as why that doesn't come up more often. Why questions haven't been asked as to, are they capable to execute on this plan? Part of my experience in the real estate industry happens to be evaluating sponsors for their ability to execute. Haven's not going to execute this. They don't have the capital to do so. They're still out in the market looking for the capital. You approve this development or you move this forward, it's just going to tie this site up longer. You're enabling the next generation of receiverships and foreclosures that currently right now there are more than ever. So I strongly encourage you to buck the trend and reject this proposal. It's logical that you can see that a mid-block 18-story, 17-story, whatever it might be, is not appropriate. And to the housing advocates, maybe research who you're supporting going forward. It's not hard to see what their goal is here. On their website, it's clear. They want to provide value to their investors, not to the community. But the investment community is smart enough to know that they're not going to be able to execute. That's why they haven't attracted any investment capital. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers in the chamber? Yep. Oh, there you go. Thank you. Clerk, is there anyone else online?
No.
Okay, seeing that there's no one else in the chambers or online to speak to this issue, the speakers list is now closed. Seeing that there are no public comments received after 5 p.m., I'm now going to close receipt of public comments as well. Does the applicant have any closing comments?
We do not, thank you.
Great, thank you. Do our team members have any closing comments?
Staff does not have any closing comments, but we'd like to remind council that there is a yellow memo for this item.
Okay, great, thank you very much. Now, I think Councillor Montague, you're on the queue. Is this to defer?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Again, I'd like to throw a motion out on the floor to refer questions to staff, debate, decision to unfinished business portion of council meeting on November the 26th.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Great, Councillor Clausen. Sorry, it's late. Is there any discussion? Seeing no one on the queue, we'll just put it to a vote. We have to go to the voting panel on this. Great. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Great. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, we're almost there. Okay, so the next item on the docket. Thank you, by the way. Sure. Awesome.
Hello, speakers for item 7, please remain on the line.
This is Councillor Carr. Are we on a break?
Apologies, Councillor Carr. Yes, there was a quick 60-second break being taken.
Okay.
I guess
If
that didn't.
it's over. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Sorry. All right. Thank you for bearing with us. We're almost there. Okay, so the next item is item number 7, CD-1 rezoning 2175 West 7th Avenue. So does any member of council wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? No? Okay, so the clerk will now read the application and summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by GradCorp Properties LP to rezone 2175 West 7th Avenue from RM4 to CD1 district to permit the development of a 20-story residential building containing 182 rental units, of which 20% of the residential floor area will be secured as below-market rental units. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval, subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendations. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing. 48 pieces of correspondence in support, 39 pieces of correspondence in opposition, and 2 pieces of correspondence dealing with other aspects of the application. And that represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Great, thank you very much. Now, this is the first call for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445 # before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. Now, there will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be added to the end of the registered speakers list. This item has registered our speakers registered, so we will proceed with the team member presentation. And we do have our team members from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to present the application.
Indeed. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Susanna Roll, and I'm the rezoning planner for this application considered under the property plan. The site, indicated in red, is located on the north side of West 7th Avenue, mid-block between U and Abudas Streets. It's zoned RM4 as our surrounding sites. The neighborhood is undergoing significant change with a new subway line and several other rezoning projects close by. The site is currently developed with a 3-story market rental residential building with 35 units. Eligible tenants are protected under the enhanced tenant relocation and protection policy for the plan area. The site is well served by transit with a future Abudas subway station, major bus service, and bikeways nearby. Several parks, public and private schools, childcare, and community spaces are also located nearby. The site is within Tier 2 of the future Abudas station. The provincial TOA legislation contemplates up to 12 stories and 4 FSR for this area. As the property plan allows more height and density, the application is being assessed under the plan policies. The site is located in the Kitsilano North Area A sub-area, which currently has a maximum of 2 towers per block. The plan permits 20-story market rental buildings with 20% of the residential floor area secured as below-market rentals. The maximum density is 6.5 FSR. The plan allows also for additional height for rooftop amenities. A property plan implementation report is coming to Council on December 11. Staff anticipate proposing to remove tower limits on this block. This application complies with current policy and those future anticipated policy changes. The application for a 20-story rental building with a 5-story podium and additional height for rooftop amenities was submitted in October 2023. The applicant proposes 102 rental units, of which 20% are below market units, a density of just under 6.5 FSR, and a height of 201 feet. While the plan anticipates a 4-story podium, the proposal includes a 5-story podium to accommodate the lane dedication. The lane will be a newly constructed asphalt north-south lane along the western frontage of the development site. Staff support this response to the site constraints. This table compares below market rents, and home ownership costs by unit types. As you can see, market rents in this area are generally more affordable than home ownership costs. A virtual Q&A period was held with 321 pieces of correspondence received. Comments of support were for the proposed density and parking given the location close to a future SkyTrain station and a bikeway. The rental tenure and particularly the below-market rental units were appreciated, although people would like to see deeper affordability, more family-oriented units, as well as bigger unit sizes. Concerns were related to the proposed height, density, and massing as it is perceived to deviate from the neighborhood's existing character. Neighbors and the private school on the same block are concerned about the additional traffic brought on by this project. In addition, the community expressed general concern about the affordability of housing and overdensification of the Broadway corridor. In response, staff note that the proposed height, scale, uses, and the proportion of below-market unit are consistent with the intent of the plan. It also complies with solar access policies. A key objective of the plan is to create new rental housing close to public transit and away from materials. In addition, existing tenants are protected under the enhanced tenant protections of the plan area. The proposals also meet any requirements to include indoor and outdoor amenities to promote a sense of community. Parking is proposed as required by the parking bylaw. The site is well served by public transit, and the proposed TDM plan includes a variety of sustainable transportation strategies to reduce the demand for vehicle use. The project is also required to provide street improvements. In addition, a new pedestrian-controlled traffic light has recently been installed at West 7th and Arbutus. This will improve pedestrian movement and overall safety. The public benefits of this application consist of the market and below-market rental units, as well as a public art contribution. The applicant has also requested a 100% waiver of the citywide DCLs. In conclusion, this proposal aligns with the Broadway plan, and it advances the city's rental housing targets by delivering 182 rental units, of which 20% are below-market rental units. Staff recommend approval, subject to the conditions outlined in Appendix B of the report. Staff and the applicant team are available to answer questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Would the applicant team like to present the application if in attendance?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Adrian Rabar here on behalf of the applicant, Great Court Properties, a division of Graham Construction, which I believe is the fourth biggest construction company in Canada. I really like to thank staff, Susanna, for the really hard work on the application throughout the process and pragmatic approach. We recognize that change is difficult. And over the course of tonight, Tuesday, I should say, and tonight, we've heard a lot of anxiety about change, contextual fit, but there are some realities that the city is facing, which I won't get into just for the sake of brevity here tonight. But there are a couple of features of this proposal which we're excited to highlight. So we're proud, of course, that this proposal adds a net new 147 secured rental units. 35% of those are family-sized units, which is in contrast to the 0% of family units in the existing building. Much better fit in a in the current setting, in the current population makeup of the neighborhood. The units that we're proposing will be in a fully electric building, nearly net zero, and fully air conditioned. Yes, that includes the affordable units. And this is in line with our climate goals in addition to our housing goals. We've also heard the anxiety and concerns around increased traffic. And we're actually really proud to take advantage of this property's location in relation to the Arbutus Greenway and the future Arbutus Station terminus by keeping the number of resident parking stalls to 37, which is 0.2 per unit for those counting. This is indeed comparable to lower density forms of multifamily housing. Anyhow, want to thank you in advance for your consideration, and as it extends, I guess, into the 26th of November. Want to thank you again for staying late and letting us present today, finally, after all the speakers. But I'll be here, happy to answer any questions, and just want to thank you again for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Okay, are there any questions from council to our team or the applicant team, noting that this is the only opportunity for council to ask questions of the applicant? Right, seeing no one on the queue. This is the second call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445 # before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. Any speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium before the close of the speakers list. Now, speakers will have 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. And so we will now go to our speakers list and hear from the public. And so the first speaker is Russell Wong. Hello again.
Which just tries to summarize the main things. You can see that I've highlighted that there is displacement here. So, hi, my name is Russell Wong. I'd like to speak in support of this application. This project will provide 180 new rental homes, including 35 below-market rentals in a central neighborhood close to the SkyTrain station at Broadway and Arbutus. Unlike the other 3 Broadway plan rezonings being considered as part of this public hearing, this project is replacing an existing 35-unit apartment building built in 1970. I'd like to emphasize the need to protect renters who are living in older buildings that get redeveloped. The Broadway plan does include strong protections for renters, but they're kind of theoretical at this point. A project that replaces a low-rise rental building with a new high-rise has to include 20% below-market apartments, which means 35 below-market apartments in this case. It has to cover any increase in rent while people are living in interim housing in the same area. And when the new building is complete, they have to be able to return at their previous rent. But the real test of this policy is going to be when the first redevelopment of an old low-rise building actually happens. If it goes well, people will be reassured. If it goes badly, there will be even more opposition and backlash. Thank you.
Thanks, Russell. Speaker number 2 has withdrawn. Speaker number 3, Alana Green.
Yes, hello, my name's Elena Green. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm opposed to this proposition. I'm a renter on 7th Avenue across from the site, and I moved here about 2.5 years ago from Eastern Canada after being hired for a managerial position at UBC. I've decided to make Vancouver my home, and I'm currently looking to buy a place. I'd love to be able to stay in the Kitsilano neighborhood, but it seems financially unlikely. While I agree with increasing density as one approach among many in addressing the housing crisis, I am opposed to this rezoning. A concrete high-rise is not the right fit for this neighborhood. It feels like a sledgehammer approach that benefits developers, not citizens, destroying the characteristics of the neighborhood. I would support the building of lower 3 to 8-story buildings to improve density while maintaining the sense of community, aesthetic, and lifestyle that makes the neighborhood special. Please find more reasonable, nuanced approaches to density. Thank you for your time. This concludes my comments.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 4, Ryan Elliott. Speaker number 5, Charmaine Gorey.
Hello there. I'm Charmaine Gorey, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. And I am opposed to the rezoning because I don't think it's going to lead to affordable, livable housing, which is supposedly the purpose of the Broadway plan. Only 20% of the units will be below market, and I don't think that the other market rent places are going to be any place for someone to afford. One of the previous speakers who was talking about the other development said, well, students from UBC will be able to live here. they're not going to be able to afford the market rents at this building. So I don't think it's going to solve the problem in any way. I also am a resident of this building, and so this rezoning is going to lead to me having to move from my house. I have lived in this apartment for over 20 years. I love my apartment. I love this building, and I'm hoping to retire soon. And this whole thing my life has been set into upheaval. I know there are protections for the tenant program, but I don't know where I'm going to end up living for how many years. They say, I was told by the people in touch with us that they'll offer us one location in Kitsilano to perhaps live. They're supposed to give us 3. One will be in the neighborhood. And I don't know where in the neighborhood it's going to be because all around me, all the walk-ups are going to be turned into towers. I don't know where I'm going to be able to move. And the other thing about this is these apartments are not livable. I currently live in a 650-foot comfortable space, which I call my home, which I love my home. And sure, I'm going to be offered a place in the new building. 1 bedrooms are going to be 438 square feet. The biggest ones are going to be 500 square feet. That is not a livable space for myself and my partner. Do the council members live in 500 square feet? I am not going to be offered a comparable space to what I have now. And so I just want people to understand the reality of what's going on. I know I'm a progressive person. I want there to be more affordable housing in this city, but I don't think this is going to be the answer. I would be happy if I could move into a comparable space in the new building, but that's not what's going to happen. These are going to be small, cramped apartments. I don't think people are going to want to rent them in the future. They're going to be too expensive for the size that they are. And I just don't think this is the solution. I've heard many other speakers who've brought up similar things about how this is not going to lead to more affordable housing. And I just wanted to bring a personal note into this, that this is a complete upheaval in my life. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know where I'm going to live. And I don't think I'm going to be able to live in the new space because it's going to be way too small for anybody to live in. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Charmaine. The next speaker is speaker number 6, Devin Hussick. Is Devin in the chamber?
Good evening again, Mayor Sim and City Council. I want to first express my appreciation to all of you for staying so late tonight. I'll admit I didn't expect that you would, and I have nothing really prepared, but it's a good thing I'm passionate about this community and that I actually do know the project. Now I just have to order my thoughts at this late hour of night. So I guess the first thing I want to say is, obviously, this is the Broadway plan. We've done a lot of consultation on that. I can't imagine how many hours your staff have poured into this night after night. So as tired as I feel right now, I like to think that I have a glimpse into the sleepless nights that they've experienced. This is a good project. It's a good project because it's near St. Augustine School, as silly as that sounds. And I know, just as some of you who were reelected will remember, there was a huge controversy last year, 2 years ago, again, late night, about St. Augustine, and there was portrayed in the media that the parents hate new density, they hate new homes, they don't want to see any change in the neighborhood. And here we are tonight, and we've seen some opposition. And that's not true, though. We haven't seen St. Augustine freak out, to say it bluntly. We see a community that's willing to embrace some homes, even when there are some voices that have some fear. And it makes sense because these homes will make it easier for St. Augustine to hire teachers. It's homes here that will, help fill jobs on Broadway. It's homes here that'll make a better community for all. It's a great place for homes. It's near the Arbutus Greenway, as we've just talked about. I'm not going to belabor that point. But there is one problem with this project, and it's a tough one because I live in the area. I know what it's like to be in a wood frame building. I'm lucky enough to be in a townhome. But wood doesn't last very long in our rainforest. Buildings deteriorate. And there are 2 options. They can be renovated, a very expensive process. I'm on a strata council. I have an idea into that mindset. or they can be torn down and rebuilt. And the question is, if we rebuild them, what do we rebuild them to? Well, it makes sense to take advantage of what's in the area to feed the demand. And by that, I mean the demand for employees, not land values. We need to take care of the residents that are there that we will unfortunately be displacing. And that's why I believe your staff did such a great job with crafting the enhanced tenant relocation and protection policy. It's what makes supporting a building like this possible. It's that document that allows someone like me, who grew up very uncomfortably housed in a precarious situation, to know that by supporting this, I won't put other people into that position. Because of that, because of where this building is located, because I think it'll make 7th Avenue safer for cyclists and pedestrians by removing driveways onto it, I urge you to support this proposal. And again, I want to just say thank you so much for staying here tonight to get this done. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Devin. Speaker number 7, Peter Dowdy. Peter, are you online?
Dowdy? Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Great. My name is Peter Dowdy. I'm a resident of Vancouver and a member of the Vancouver Area Neighbours Association, and I'm calling in to support this proposal. It complies with the Broadway plan, and Vancouver desperately needs more housing. It needs more rental housing. It needs more subsidized housing. This project provides all three. So it's a great project, and we need it and many more like it. However, we cannot help renters by displacing them. And that was a point of contention when crafting the original Broadway plan. And the solution to this that council and staff came up with was the Broadway Tenant Relocation and Protection Policy, confusingly named because there's already a similarly named policy on the books. This policy is substantially more explicit and expansive. And that is the reason why I feel comfortable calling in to support this proposal. Nobody wants to evict people. Nobody wants to be evicted. And renters rightly fear a repeat of, for example, the kind of redevelopment that happened in Metrotown, which saw people evicted from their affordable buildings with no realistic right of return, while low-density housing immediately adjacent remained essentially untouched. It was ugly and inequitable. And this being the first Broadway plan proposal to invoke the Broadway TRPP is a test. And it's very important for the well-being of the residents of this building, but also the well-being of any tenants who might be affected by future Broadway plan applications, that this policy be fully enforced and tenants protected, and that this crucial housing be built. Thank you and good night.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is speaker number 8, Rolfan Wong.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good evening, councillors. My name is Rofan Wang. I live on the 1900 block of 6th Avenue, 2 blocks from the proposed development, and I am in full support of this project. First, let me just say that I really like living in Kitsilano. I love having 2 great commercial streets with groceries, restaurants, bars, and shopping within a quick walk from home. I love having access to a great neighborhood house and an awesome community center. I love being close to Kitts Beach and heading down every July to go see the fireworks with friends. I love being close to the Arbutus Greenway and taking my bike to explore the entire city. I love living on 5 frequent transit routes where I don't need to check the timetable before I leave the house. And I am very excited for the opening of the Arbutus SkyTrain, which will save me 30 minutes on my commute. Now, having told you all the reasons why I love this neighborhood, let me ask you a question. Why would I want to deny this opportunity to anyone else? I count myself very lucky to be able to afford to live in such a lively, amenity-rich neighborhood, but I am also acutely aware that many young professionals, students, and working families will never have this chance because they've been priced out, if not out of Kitts, then out of Vancouver entirely. Because here's the truth. For everyone here who got one of these postcards, there's a family that moved to New West because they couldn't find a 2-bedroom apartment. There's a UBC student who commutes an hour from Burnaby because they were priced out. And there's a worker in Maple Ridge who takes a bus to a train because we have not seen it fit to build him a home by rapid transit. Now, am I saying that this one measly little tower is going to solve all these issues? Of course not. But it's a first step in the right direction. And it's going to take a lot more of these steps to catch up to the decades of rental housing that we neglected to build under the influence of a reactionary ideology that is so scared of density it has thrown affordability under the bus. Now, you've read a lot of comments from project opponents that say Kitsilano is one of the most livable communities in Canada, and that if we build too much housing too fast, we will ruin this livability. That begs the question, livability for whom? If what they're essentially saying is that to preserve livability for themselves, they are willing to kick newcomers to the curb and make them live in less livable neighborhoods. Exclusion is fundamentally at odds with true livability. Though the people preaching this dogma may be loud, I strongly believe that the silent majority of Kitsilano stands for more homes. For all the opponents in the comments talks of longtime residents, the city's own social neighborhood indicators show that 54% of Kits residents moved here in the last 5 years, that this is one of the youngest communities in the entire city by median age, that nearly 60% are renters, and that over a quarter are immigrants. And yes, there is a very real and valid issue with tenant displacement here, but this council approved one of the strongest tenant protection policies in Canada for this reason on Broadway. I urge you to stand by your work on this issue and allow it to handle the development rather than turning away at the first step. Now, as for the people complaining about livability, why are we putting so much attention on what they need? The people who have been the most vocal in opposing the social housing tower at 7th and Arbutus, who have been so vocally opposed, they've taken the city to court over Sanok, who just a while ago were complaining about the tower at West 14th. Why are we putting their interests first and not those who have the most to lose if we don't build enough homes to keep up with growth? Are we willing to sacrifice their prosperity, their future, their right to the city for the property values and aesthetic sensibilities of a privileged few? Or are we going to stop looking at renters and people who are precariously housed as mere mortgage helpers and instead as neighbors whose need for dignified, secure, modern housing trumps the occasional shadowing of their landlord's windows upstairs? I leave you with this question. What message will it send if you allow a small but vocal group of housing gatekeepers to smother the Broadway plan in its crib? How will we ever get more homes in the city built if you allow a few loud people agitating in City Hall walks to dictate the policy agenda, ignoring the fact that Kits has repeatedly voted for pro-housing candidates in every municipal, provincial, and federal election, including for the members of this very council? Democracy means putting the needs of the many over the interests of the few. It means taking the housing crisis seriously and taking action, even when you encounter loud, determined opposition. Kitsilano adds more people every single year. It needs the homes to match. Modern homes in good buildings, not hovels in a corner of someone's dark basement. Please approve this project and please continue the momentum of the Broadway plan. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Speaker number 9, Evan Sidro. Evan, are you here? Okay, speaker number 10, Michelle Spencer. Hi, Michelle.
Thank you. My name is Michelle Spencer. I'm a resident of Vancouver and I support this rezoning. As this is the third time in 2 days that you've heard from me, I will try to keep it brief. Of course, housing of all kinds is desperately needed in our city, including rental housing. This rezoning will replace a smaller, older apartment building. While I would prefer that we start by focusing on replacing buildings that impact fewer tenants, I do recognize that change is inevitable and buildings do in fact age. As their older apartment stock reaches the end of their lifespans, we will need to replace those buildings with larger buildings that house more units, as we're seeing with this proposal. I appreciate that the residents will be eligible for the enhanced tenant protections, which will ensure that they will be able to return to their homes, and including at their current rents. This will result in a net increase in the number of units available while maintaining the number of affordable units. The enhanced tenant protections is one thing that differentiates the Broadway plan from historical rezonings, and I think they are a particular strength of the plan. From a personal standpoint, I need to see that these work because one day they might apply to me. I live in an old building. It's not that big for how much space it takes, and I recognize that one day it's going to come for me too. So I really do want to see these tenant protections function well and as they're written. I urge council to approve this rezoning to increase our housing stock when we so desperately need it. Thanks so much. I know it's been a long night.
And thank you for sticking it out. Speaker number 11, Bobo Irich. Speaker number 12, John Hatzilios.
Yep, I'm here.
Awesome, great. Please go ahead.
Oops, 1 second. There we go. Hi, my name is John Hatchkolias, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. I live very close to this project, and I am opposed to this model as I do not feel it's the affordable rental housing model that the people of Vancouver need. So as much as I'd like to see it lower, but it's the model itself that I would speak against. So as I feel that it does not match the incomes of what local hardworking employed people can even afford. So if hardworking employed people still can't afford what we're building, then this model should not proceed at all. And we need to go back to the drawing board and look at other models to make the affordable housing we need. For example, what's the average rental market cost? And we've heard people speaking about what's the below market average rental there. So if a market rental is $3,700 for a 1-bedroom and rising each year, and a 2-bedroom is what, $4,400 for a 2-bedroom, and they're not even very big. As the neighbor who lives in there said, the new 1-bedroom for below market, the 1-bedroom size will be 438 square feet. And then the cost on that will be what, $3,000 when they move back in? I'm not sure. But it doesn't even match what people with good jobs can afford. This model is a failure from the outset for the affordable housing. So if people with good jobs can't afford it, then what I was going to get to was 100% of the building should be below market rentals to help the people of Vancouver. 100% of the building should be below market and subsidized from the beginning. There's other models that we need to look at. I don't understand why the developer model is the only model. So there should be co-ops, there should be rent-to-own, there should be non-equity models. Totally lacks foresight that we're just handing it over to the developers to line their pockets again. So in a country as rich as Canada, where we've sent billions of tax dollars overseas, it's outrageous that we can't fund 100% of these buildings and cut the developers right out of it. Canada should be able to afford to fund 100% of these buildings to make them fully affordable for people and make them proper. Now, from the neighborhood social standpoint, there's far too many towers to be crammed into the west side here. Just because we made mistakes for 30 or 40 years, it doesn't mean we get to come in here with a sledgehammer now and knock over the entire social cohesion and just cram more people in here. We've got to give some thought to the social cohesion. We can't just tower and turn us, as people said, into New York or Hong Kong and a concrete jungle. It's the beauty that we live here for. To address the UBC student situation, which I love the students, the UBC students should be living on campus. The people were speaking about the people with long commutes for the students. That's a failure of UBC. They built luxury housing first instead of housing the students. Instead of making students housing that they can afford, or even for their employees, they built luxury housing that even their employees can't build, and now they're playing catch up. That's UBC's failure, not the city's. So the majority of staff and students shouldn't even be commuting. They should be living on campus. So getting back to my main point, I think I'm against this model because I don't believe in the developer 20% below market model. I think we need to look at other models where we are making real affordable housing for people, and we have to keep on top of the social cohesion. And we can only cram so many people in here. Like we have the 4 to 6 story model, like Arbutus Walk near here, as the other gentleman explained. The 4 to 6 story model, like Arbutus Walk, and some towers, but again, there should be on the arteries, some on the side street, but not tower. We need the 4 to 6 story model spread out like Olympic Village. That's social cohesion. So I'm against this model for the reasons I outlined. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 13, Andy Keller. Andy, are you there?
Good evening. I am a resident of Vancouver, and I oppose the rezoning as it is proposed. This proposal calls for the building at 2175 West 7th to be demolished so that a 239-foot tall tower may be constructed in its place. Residents, as you know, of the current building will need to move, and after several years, when the new building is completed, those individuals and their families may return. When the City of Vancouver states existing tenants will be provided right of first refusal to move back into the new building at 20% discount off citywide average market rents, or at their current rent, whichever is less, does the city take into account that likely the citywide average rent or the tenant's current rent at their new location will be higher than the rent that they pay right now at the building that may be demolished? For that reason, it needs to be asked, will the Mayor of Vancouver, any city councillors, or any members of the planning department lead by example regarding this matter? In other words, will any of you move out of your current homes while receiving assistance finding new accommodations, moving support, and the choice of financial compensation, live somewhere else while your homes are demolished, and then move back to the original location knowing that your neighborhood will have changed significantly and that higher rents or mortgage payments await? To be clear, if the City of Vancouver has not discussed these matters with the individuals and families who live in the current building to know how many people will choose the option of right of first refusal, then it is safe to presume that a wave of vacant units will become available at much higher rental rates rather than affordable ones. Lastly, even if this rezoning were to go well, it will not add one unit of affordable housing as it only replaces the demolished units. This entire evening, many people have mentioned that there is a housing crisis. If the fourth largest developer in Canada wants to help, then it should construct a building that is 100% affordable housing. What about the third largest developer? The second? The first? At this point, neither the public sector nor the private sector wants to commit to affordable housing. All the while, Little Mountain remains undeveloped, and Vancouver plans to create 4,000 hotel rooms for the upcoming World Cup and Olympics. So yes, there's an affordable housing crisis, but there sure isn't a hotel one. If the affordable housing were publicly financed, by the time it would need to be replaced, the increased equity would be able to finance the next tranche of homes. Once again, I end with words from Neve Brown. Housing is not for one class. It is for the whole community. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. The next speaker is speaker number 14, Harmon Moon.
Thank you. As mentioned before, my last time up at the podium here, my name is Harmon Moon. I live in Mount Pleasant. I live very close to the new SkyTrain station that's being constructed in that area at Main and Broadway. I mentioned that, I'll come back to that in a second because I do want to make a quick mention of the situation we're in right now, which is that it is 11:15 and we are still going through speakers for these proposals. I have not been here as long as a lot of the other people in this room, and you all have earned an incredible amount of respect from me for still going through this. But it does make me wonder, it does make me think that there has to be a better way to do this. There has to be a better way of conducting community engagement and working with the community rather than these last-minute, hours-long marathons of listening to people venting. Because either council has already made up its mind about these projects and everybody is wasting their breath, or council has not made up their mind and these developers run the real risk of having council slam on the brakes at the absolute last minute, which is not good for business, not good for development, and not good for the city. So I'll admit to being a little bit irritated because it is 11:15 and we are still all here, but I'm sure we can all sympathize with that. I do support this project. I am here to support this project because, as mentioned before, this is a housing crisis. We need more housing, we need more units. But it is frustrating to me, and this is something that I've noticed about many of the projects going up, especially in my neighborhood in Mount Pleasant, It's frustrating to me to see a large tower replacing another low-rise apartment, where we have so many other smaller, less dense, less efficient uses of land that should be ideally first on the chopping block. Ideally, because ideally a new tower would attract residents of these low-rise buildings who would vacate these buildings and thus open up cheaper, older units for newcomers to the city. Unfortunately, Vancouver's aggressively low-density zoning policies over the last 20 years, the bonsai management I was talking about before, has meant that the supply of these low-rise buildings is very limited. So it's frustrating to see, in the middle of this housing crisis, to see the buildings that we need more of being torn down to preserve the buildings that we need less of. That being said, I do appreciate that the TRPP, the policy for protecting residents, and as I mentioned, I live very close to the new SkyTrain station, and I live in a similarly older 3-story building, which means that inevitably I am going to be up here talking about my own building being redeveloped, because why wouldn't it be? And I am relieved to know that when this does happen to me, and this is happening to people already, I am relieved that there is at least some support for people and to be taken care of, and that they'll be able to return to their neighborhoods. I'm very fond of my neighborhood. I'm a big fan of Mount Pleasant. But if there weren't these tenant protections, when my building is redeveloped, I would have no choice but to basically leave the city. So with all those comments in mind, I urge council to support this project. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 15, Peter Reese. Peter here?
Peter's here.
Oh.
Good evening, Mayor Sim and council. My name is Peter Reese. I am a long-term resident of Vancouver. I live at the subject site. So my family is one of the 35 residents at the subject site. And my family is one of the 33 of the residents who qualify for the tenant relocation plan. And so I was here on Tuesday, and there was some questions from council and comment from your worship. And I thought, I will come and speak. I'll come back and I'll wait. And this will be the one time and the only time I plan to speak. My position is that I oppose the development, but that may be a bit of a surprise because I think it's important to declare a number of things. One being that my enterprise is about building and supplying construction materials to new construction, as well as the maintenance and repair of residential properties for property management companies across North America. And so I've got a feel for this, and I thought I could do the one thing and bring a unique perspective. I'm experiencing it, and I have a sense of how much of a blood sport real estate can be. So I'd first like to begin, well, I guess I've moved on a bit longer, but I'd like to certainly acknowledge Dr. Rule and the staff at the city. They have been considerate, comprehensive, and they have stayed well within the four corners of their mandate. I would like also to acknowledge the applicant. They have been considerate, responsive. They were very good about hiring the first professional property manager. There was a significant change in terms of the maintenance of our building. I should also declare that I have an arm's length relationship with the applicant, and that's a function of the nature of my business, but we do not communicate directly. So I have a number of observations and challenges, and I have taken Dr. Rule's sort of guidance and had the sense that there will be opportunities later in the planning process, the permitting process, to address some of those elements. So tonight, I think it's a question of how do I feel about the team's recommendation, and to share with some perspective. I think that's what I've got here. So there's two elements. One being that, and I think it's germane here because this is the product of this chamber, and that is the designation of CD1. I think CD1 is wonderful, right? It works great for me in terms of land assemblies, brownfield projects, derelict sites, and commercial conversions. I mean, in this city, we have the Electra and the Cube, great examples of where commercial properties have been revitalized for residential. I think one of the challenges is that this particular site, has the elements of there's people who are living here, and one of the things that is beyond the remit of the planning team, but it's certainly a question for this body, is that there is no guidance in terms of how the rental top-up is taxed. No conversation about that. Now, I'm not on the bubble, but if there are residents within my building that are, then that could have some implications. And I think it behooves the city to facilitate those conversations. Paying attention to time. I think the other element is, and the last speaker for agenda item 6, very last gentleman, I think posed the question that I want to bring to this chamber, was who is this project being built for? I think that's a very good question. I have huge respect for the applicant. If I want to build a bridge, if I want to build a strip mall, if I want to build a warehouse, they build. You ask a builder to build, they build. You ask a surgeon to cut, they cut. One of the challenges being, though, that the nature of the builder is they're not an operator. So my 30-odd seconds, I'll run through this quickly. When you listen to those who develop and operate tenanted assets, they will talk to you about how at $23, $900 per square foot for the cost of development, that's required. And Landlord BC will tell you that, as landlords, the worst type of asset that you want to be stuck with, I paraphrase, is sort of 3-bedroom and townhouse assets, because
Peter,
those are challenging in terms of the types of tenants.
Peter, I'm sorry.
We're right at time. Ladies and gentlemen, truly, thank you ever so much, and I appreciate the late night.
Thank you very much. Thank you for waiting and persevering as well. Clerk, do we have anyone online? And is there anyone else in the chamber? Well, that being said, this is the third and final call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. Any speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium. So we're going to take a 5-minute recess to see if anyone else hops online. All right, we are going to get started here. We do have some callers. So the next speaker is Tony Calabraro. Tony, are you there?
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. Good job with the last name there. A lot of people have trouble. You did great. Some great comments from everybody tonight, and thank you to you and the members of council who have chimed in, and especially Councillor Carr, I know, who's been on a lot of these in the past, and I appreciate her dedication to be here for pretty much all of these. I'm going to keep this short. I'm opposed to this proposed development in its current form. My children go to the school at St. Augustus, and just to be clear, it's not a private school. It's a Catholic school, and it's in between a public school and a private school. That's a very busy area. 7th Avenue is a one-way street as it is now. Trying to maneuver in that area on any given day is an absolute nightmare. Building a building like that and that spot, I agree it is close to the SkyTrain, but there are other areas in that neighborhood where that could be done. The lady who spoke, who's a resident of this the building that's in the current spot where this proposed development is, I agree with her 100%. She's being booted out of there fairly soon. She's going to have to go find somewhere else. So there's another displaced person who's going to have to find somewhere else to live. The building looks nice compared to the other one on 14th that I saw. I have to appreciate the design and what they put forward here. I do have one challenge, which is, where is all the power going to come from to supply this building? Can the current grids around there supply this? I know there's been some discussion about having, buildings, duplexes, whatever, having a 400 amp panel in their home. Where's all this power going to come from? I'm going to speak back to one of the callers who spoke earlier, who talked about, yes, we have a housing crisis, we have an affordability crisis, and that's the bottom line here. But one thing I wanted to bring up was one municipality that seems to have a few ideas that seem to be hitting this affordability crisis, which is West Vancouver. I read an article recently about the Kiwanis North Shore Housing Society constructing the Village West. I believe it's in construction as we speak. 156-unit rental development in West Vancouver, offering units at 75% of market rate prices, so people can afford to live and work in their community with support services like daycare, senior centers, and community centers very close by. Let's learn from other municipalities and work together to make Vancouver itself a better place to live. I'm going to end with one thing. I have to say to the mayor and the other councillors who made an attempt virtually or in person to be at the meeting tonight, I'm disappointed that only 6 of you have shown up to hear very sensitive issues like this that will affect our city tomorrow and for many years to come, and my kids and other people's kids. I'm very disappointed to see that how important a public hearing is, and we have not many councillors are there tonight to hear what some of the other speakers have said. So I leave you with that, and I hope this thing wraps up soon, and appreciate all your time and effort and staying so late. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. And I just do want to highlight that we do have counselors that are unfortunately unable to be here because they are representing the city on other civic business. And so I just do want to highlight that to the city here. Okay, we have another speaker, Jessica Renshaw.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Thank you for your time. My name is Jessica Renshaw, and I'm a resident of Kitsilano and a local business owner on 4th Avenue. I am highly opposed to this development and to large towers being considered for our beautiful low-rise neighborhood. I am not opposed to new developments, but I think it can be done in a more tasteful way that fits in with the character of this iconic neighborhood. Currently, this area of Kitsilano is bustling with both heavy pedestrian and vehicle traffic. The streets are full of cars already, and I do find the 0.2 stalls per unit laughable. I know the goal is to make everyone a full-time cyclist, but the reality is we live in a rainforest, and that is not a realistic ask. The traffic is going to become so bad that 4th Avenue will be even more of a gridlock than it already is. I ask that we slow down everything and see first how the Sinnock and the other Molson developments affect the neighborhood first. The Broadway plan, I feel, is an ill thought out plan and a knee-jerk reaction to higher governmental level ideas. And the people making these decisions do not understand the communities they will be permanently destroying. I am not opposed to change, but I am opposed to the monolithic towers that do not belong in this iconic neighborhood. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Clerk, do we have any other callers on the line? Okay. Caller, can you hear us? Caller, can you hear?
Caller with your number ending in 8272, you can go ahead.
Oh, thanks very much. My name is Lisa Christie. I'm a Vancouver resident, and I've been watching the discussions about these development plans for the last couple of nights, off and on.
Sorry, I apologize. Can we please get your name again? We didn't get it clearly.
Yeah, Lisa Christie.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Did you get it? Yeah, okay. Just a few things, comments more so. I am quite concerned about the location of this particular construction plan, given the location close to a park, close to a school, and also the one-way street that crosses in front of it. It's quite a quiet part of the neighborhood, and for one of the first development plans or development propositions going up in that neighborhood, it's just, to me, an odd decision or location when there's one's closer to Broadway or to West 4th. I'm also noticing, because I have friends, a lot of friends in Kitts, and I would love to move to Kitts myself, just not at the current market rental rates. So when I see all these proposals going up for buildings, yay, stories high, accommodating so many more people, but at market rental rates, it's not an encouraging factor for me. The fact that there's 20% below market, when I do the math on this building, for example, in particular, 182 units, 35 or 33 possibly people or units being displaced and moving back, that equals the 20% right there. So how is this going to effectively bring in any more new residents that can't afford the market rates in Kitsilano right now? I also am noticing almost every single block, the 2100 block, West 5th, West 6th, West 7th, applications going up, West 14th was talked about today. Every single one of those locations has one building proposed on the street. And I just see a lot of people clamoring, chomping at the bit here to get their proposals in right away, but this is a 30-year plan. I see if all of these developments get approved, within the next year or so as they come and get heard through council, this is just going to create a lot of congestion in the area for years and years to come. Traffic, construction, noise, all of that stuff impacting the neighborhood for many years. So I just ask council, when you're considering all of these, that you consider the location and how many within the neighborhood you're allowing at, within a time frame. When we're looking at a 30-year plan, not all of them need to be built in the next couple of years. That's my thoughts, and thank you very much for staying late, and also for putting this back online, because I wasn't able to watch after 11 for a bit, but I'm glad I was able to continue watching the hearing this evening.
Great, thank you very much. Clerk, do we have anyone else online? Okay, seeing that there are no additional speakers, the speakers list is now closed. Seeing that there are little or no public comments received after 5 p.m., I'm now closing the receipt of public comments. Now, does the applicant have any closing comments?
No closing comments. Thank you again for staying so late. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Your team members have any closing comments?
Staff has no comments. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Oh, Councillor Montague. This is a surprise.
Thanks, Mayor. Given the time, I'd like to throw a motion out on the floor to refer questions to staff, debate, decision to unfinished business portion of council on November the 26th.
All right. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say, oh yeah, Councillor Meisner, seconded, sorry. Yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries. And so we need a motion to adjourn. Councillor Montague, seconded by, no, this is to adjourn. Yep. Seconded by Councillor Claassen. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Great, it's carried. Everyone, thank you for sticking it out. Really appreciate it.